Good afternoon. I'm calling to order the Architectural Board of Review for December 14th of 2020. And we'll start with our roll call, please.
All right, thank you. This is Mary, Commission Secretary. I'll go ahead and take the roll call. We have Chair Moore.
Here.
Vice Chair Six.
Here.
Board Member Black.
Here.
Board Member Olson.
Here.
Board Member Watkins.
Here.
And Board Member Whalen.
Here.
And it looks like Board Member Cunningham is absent today, and we have a quorum. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. And we will now move to general business and public comment. Any member of the public may address the board for up to 2 minutes on any subject within our jurisdiction that is not on our agenda today. Do we have anybody?
Thank you, Chair Moore. I do see a few people who've logged into the webinar. If you would please raise your hand using your GoToWebinar control panel, indicating to me that you'd like to speak on a general item not agendized today. Okay, and then I believe we did receive some written public comment. Mary?
Yes, thank you, Christina. We did receive one written correspondence from Mr. Richard Clausen. Thank you.
Thank you for those. And if nobody wishes to speak, then we will close public comments and move on to approval of the minutes for November 30th.
I'll make that motion. Second.
Okay. Seconded by
Under.
Mr. Olson. Any discussion?
Yes. Mr. Chair, if we could go down to item number 4, comment number 2. It's or 2, the last word junction. If we could substitute to address the number 3. So would supportive of the development plan approval and future hearing based on the floor plan being updated to address the comment number 3. That way.
Okay. Mr. Olson, is that okay with you?
Yes.
Okay. Anything else? No? Okay, then let's take the vote, please.
All right, this is Mary. I'll go ahead and take the roll call vote. We have Chair Moore.
Yes.
Vice Chair Six.
Yes.
Board Member Black.
Yes.
Board Member Olson.
Yes.
Board Member Watkins.
Yes.
And Board Member Whalen.
Yes.
All right, the motion carries. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Now we'll move on to the consent calendar for today. Please, you can read those.
Thank you, Chair Moore. The consent calendar today was reviewed by Board Member Whalen and Board Member Black.
Okay. Generally, we read those minutes aloud.
Yeah. Yep.
Sorry.
Sorry, I couldn't see them on the screen. Thank you. 1734 Castillo Street, The project was continued indefinitely with comments. Provide more information to illustrate the compatibility of the gate to the neighborhood. Address the line of sight triangle issues with the neighbor's driveway that are caused by the hedge. The second item that was reviewed today was 2980 State Street. That project received project design and final approval with the compatibility analysis criteria being met.
Move we accept as presented.
Do we have a second out there?
I'll second.
Seconded by Mr. Six, sorry, Vice Chair Six. Any discussion? No? All right, let's have our vote, please.
All right. We have Chair Moore,
Yes.
Vice Chair Six,
Yes.
Board Member Black,
Yes.
Board Member Olson,
Yes.
Board Member Watkins,
Yes.
and Board Member Whalen.
Yes.
All right, motion carries. Thank you.
All right, and moving on to announcements and requests by applicants, etc.
Thank you, Chair Moore. I do have an announcement. Board Member Cunningham has resigned from the ABR board effective immediately. We also have an agendized announcement as well from Jessica Metzger, project planner.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Chair Moore and board members. As you remember, I was at your last meeting to float this idea and let you think about it for the last couple weeks of getting 2 volunteers to serve on our working group to create the new Florida area lot ratio standards. Just a quick reminder that City Council in 2019 directed us to move away from regulating our multi-unit housing by density and change to the FAR ratio standard. So I'm hoping that you had some time to think about this, and I have 2 volunteers. Thank you.
Okay. I'd be happy to volunteer. I'm interested in this area of what the city is updating, so I'd be happy to be one of those members. Is there anybody else who has interest in joining?
Yes, I will volunteer.
Okay, thank you, Vice Chair Six. Anybody else have any interest? We do need to, I believe we need to appoint them, so we have to have a vote of some sort. Is that correct? That goes to staff.
Yes, Chair Moore, if you just make a motion approving the 2 volunteers as a group, that'd be great.
Okay.
Excuse me, Mr. Chair. David, did you raise your hand? Are you interested as a practicing volunteering? Because I'm be more interested.
You're breaking up. Sorry. Yeah, I'm not practicing architect, so our licensed architect, I should say. So I don't think I'm eligible for that. Then, is that my understanding?
I'm sorry, the question broke up. Can you repeat it?
Yeah, if you're not a licensed architect, you're not allowed to participate on that group.
No, board member. What we're doing for this group is any members of the HLC, ABR, and Planning Commission, 2 from each group. So there's no other requirements besides your membership.
I mean, Richard, if you're interested too, I'm happy to be an alternate or something then.
Okay, let's leave it that way then.
Okay.
That's good.
Okay. So we'll need a motion to select these two members. Ideally, it would come from somebody that's not being selected.
I so move.
Okay,
Second.
Mr. Olson made the motion, seconded by Mr. Black. Okay, so let's take our vote.
All right, this is Mary. I'll go ahead and take the roll call vote. We have Chair Moore,
Yes.
Vice Chair Six. I'm sorry, you were breaking up. Can you say that one more time?
Background. Yeah.
All right,
Hear me?
thank you. Yes. Next we have Board Member Black,
Yes.
Board Member Olson,
Yes.
Board Member Watkins,
Yes.
and Board Member Whalen.
Yes.
All right, the motion carries. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And then we should remember we have Mr. Watkins as our backup in case one of us is unable to attend for some reason. Okay, sorry, 1 minute. Sorry, just dealing with some noise issues.
I have a comment.
Hold on, let's get through this. So we also had some reappointments for our board. So welcome back, Mr. Six and Mr. Watkins, I believe, were reappointed. Is that correct? Now I can't hear anybody.
Didn't realize that.
Oh, you weren't
I
listening.
guess,
You weren't tuned in.
No.
I guess.
Okay. Well, yeah. So I believe last Thursday evening, was it Thursday evening or Wednesday evening they went through and did the appointments, and we have with the addition now of Miss Anderson, who will be joining the board in January as well.
Nice.
Great.
Mr. Olson, you wanted to add
Yes.
a comment?
Yes. I'd like to make a comment regarding Bob Cunningham's resignation from this board. Mr. Cunningham's dedication to preserving the historic and architectural quality of Santa Barbara is dedicated and unadulterated. His many years of professional experience as a landscape architect was very valuable to this board. And his voice has been a reliable guide for me, and I'll miss his presence on the board.
Very,
Absolutely. Thank you, Mr. Olson, for that statement. He will be missed, and we thank him for all of his time. Okay, any other announcements, subcommittee reports? No? Okay, let's close general business and see if we can move on to our first item. There. And I believe we have our applicant. Is that correct? You?
Good afternoon.
Okay, let me, before we jump in, let me open the project up here. So this is item 1. This is 2700 block of De La Vina Street. It's a proposal for replacement of the De La Vina Street Bridge over Mission Creek. And the project is comprised of the demolition of the existing bridge, including the foundation, and construction of a new bridge spanning Mission Creek, and reconstruction, reprofiling portions of De La Vina and sidewalks, reconstruction of storm drains, reconstruction of city water and sewer utilities, restoration of a portion of Mission Creek, and a roadway and pedestrian lighting, and crossing improvements. Project design approval is requested, and this requires compliance with the project compatibility analysis and the urban design guidelines. It was last in front of us June 18th of 2018. Welcome back. You could introduce yourselves, and before we jump into the presentation, if we could have our comments from the last meeting on screen, that'd be very helpful.
So I'm gonna just walk up to the back. Okay. So,
And also, before your project team jumps in there as well, you'll notice the 15-minute timer there in the upper right-hand corner. We can have you complete your presentation in that time. That'll help us stay on schedule. Okay. Go ahead.
Good afternoon, Chair Moore and Commissioners. My name is Laura Yanez, Supervising Civil Engineer with the City of Santa Barbara, bringing before you the Delavina Street Bridge project. I'll give a brief introduction, introduce the team, and I'll let the team take it away. We're here to propose the replacement of the Delavina Street Bridge. It is a structurally deficient bridge that needs to be replaced to be built to today's standards and guidelines. This project is federally funded by the Federal Highway Administration, and therefore does have a lot of funding criteria that we also have to meet that ties into the design. And so I'll let the design team here with me today, Tom Conti with Bengal Engineering and Natira Jones, walk you through some of the design details and how they relate to the funding as well. So I'll let Tom take it away with that.
Well, thank you, Laura. Well, my name's Tom. I'm from Bengal Engineering. I'm the project manager, and we can jump right into it. We could hit the next slide, please. So since it's been some time since we've been back at the board since June of 18, as mentioned, I wanted to show this exhibit that shows the general historical area of the bridge or the location of the bridge. What it also shows is some historical context from the original 1916 Hollister Avenue Bridge, and then the 1926 bridge that's shown on site today. So what this also shows is how the widening of the bridge affected the creek's path, both on the original perpendicular bridge and then the skewed widening. Next slide, please. This exhibit gets a little more detailed on the existing site. What we can see is the public bridge, which is really the back of sidewalk to back of sidewalk, is about 70 feet. But the bridge width is over 110 feet overall. So this exhibit also shows some of the curb alignments that have become unaligned through the years of widening and progression of the urban environment. Next slide, please. So this slide really doesn't have a super lot of importance to the board, but it rather shows a lot of the complexity that we deal with besides, you know, the structure itself. Not only does the structure carry cars, bikes, and people, but we have pretty much every modern utility known to man below the structure. And all of this has to be relocated into the new structure in a phased approach. So this is very challenging, which I wanted to mention. Next slide, please. So now we get into a little bit of the proposed site plan here. We're showing the main purpose of the project, which is to replace the 104-year-old bridge. This exhibit shows the old shape and layout versus the new longer span to better accommodate Mission Creek. So we're lengthening the span of the bridge over Mission Creek from 32 feet, about 32 feet, which is highlighted in purple, to 57 feet, which is highlighted in orange. So this span increase has been vetted and approved by the city floodplain manager, county flood control, Caltrans headquarters up in Sacramento, and District 5. So one thing you can note is that from the roadway delineation, the proposed configuration is accommodating the same use as it does today, bicyclists, pedestrians, and the many vehicles on this busy street. Next slide, please. So on this slide, we lose the roadway dimensions and the extra bridge width to show the proposed site plan with the structures located, without the structures located on or very close to the top of the existing bridge. On the curb returns at Vernon Street intersection, we're proposing some sandstone colored stamped concrete to mimic herringbone pavers. So the reason we're proposing colored stamped concrete is because, as you know, the bridge is very close to the intersection at Vernon Road. And the bridge superstructure actually goes right over the movement rating joint, which is on that easterly curve. So we're proposing a sandstone colored stamped concrete to match what's similar about 300 feet up on De La Vina Street. So this is something we could do, or we could leave it plain concrete, but I know the pavers were requested in the last meeting. Next slide, please. So this slide shows some of the larger vegetation affected by the project. Most all the trees are located upstream within the creek embankments. The trees are tightly clustered in the area that requires deep impacted excavation, therefore will require removal. Some of these trees are species of oaks, which we're proposing to replace on site at a 3-to-1 ratio, which Natira will get into right now. Next slide, go ahead, Natira.
Hi, everybody. My name is Natira Jones, landscape architect. Now I will explain the landscape plan. The plant palette is shown in the slide above. First, the creek plantings were carefully chosen from a list approved by restoration ecologist Tamara Klug and also approved by the city's creek department. Plantings are divided into 3 zones: the wetland, transition, and upland zones. Proposed street trees were chosen from a list recommended by the city arborist. Go ahead with the next slide. Can we go ahead with the next slide? Below is the planting plan. Along De La Vina Street, there's one new street tree proposed. It's the prickly leaf paperbark, and it does get it to a height, grows to a height of 25 to 40 feet, a spread of 15 to 25 feet. It's upright, it's low water, has white flowers spring to summer. It's a nice street tree. The parkway plantings are low water and low maintenance. Along the creek, the trees and shrubs are planted densely to increase habitat value and increase stream shading. The area you see without trees and sparser plantings is because that area has a subsurface stormwater feature that doesn't allow trees to be planted above it. Go ahead to the next slide. Along Vernon Road, there are 2 new street trees proposed. The white ironbark, which grows to a height of 30 to 90 feet, and a spread to 15 to 25 feet. Again, along the creek plantings were placed according to the 3 zones, the wetland, transition, and upland zone. Trees were planted to increase shade along the creek, increase native species, and create habitat. In project summary, 3 coast live oaks to be removed and 9 coast live oaks to be planted for the project, with a total of 10 trees having to be removed for construction, with a total of 31 new trees planted for the project. I will hand it to Tom.
Thank you, Natira. So this slide shows what we're proposing. It's a general schematic of the lighting and pedestrian crossing features. So what you'll notice in the background is that same utilities that was shown before, which were kind of threading around. So most importantly, the lighting will be adjacent to crosswalks and include pedestrian beacons, similar to what is located in other areas of town, including close by at Arden and just up at State and De La Vina. Street light styles is consistent in the corridor from very close by, most recently installed just north at the intersection of Arden and De La Vina about 12 to 18 months ago. Next slide, please. So it won't take much time on this. This is the pole standard in the luminaire detail. Next slide, please. So as mentioned to the ABR in previous projects, the barrier rail must be a standard that is crash tested without modification. The proposed bridge railing is a very traditional gray concrete with windows and openings. We are recommending the type B style that has been installed on higher traveled arterial roadways like Cabrillo Boulevard Bridge. So in this sheet, we show the bridge railing in elevation, and then we show two rendered views, one from the creek view, which not many folks see, and then one from the street view. But the windows do have these three options that are available in the standard to style. Next slide, please. So we're proposing two different types of fencing. One is going to be located on top of the wall. We're proposing a simple black vinyl chain link fence, which is shown to the left. The proposed fencing that fronts the roadway, specifically along Vernon, is proposed to be a wrought iron, so that's shown on the right. The wrought iron fence will be a modest fence with twisted posts and spherical caps in between a 4-inch space picket. So this style mimics a very closely one that's on site today, fronting the roadway at the Presto parking lot. Next slide, please. So this slide, we're showing the relief on the channel wall. This is also very similar to what's been completed up and down Mission Creek. It's going to be an integral Mesa Buff sandstone colored concrete form liner. We're proposing a real sandstone cap on the top of the wall though. Next slide, please. So now we're going to get into the last two slides actually here, and this is the rendered view from the creek. So this shows the sloped embankment underneath the bridge that helps us match the existing hydraulic conditions. The sloped embankments will be planted per the landscape plans from what Interior described. Next slide, please. So this last slide shows the general street view looking upstream. You can see a lot of the elements that I've just covered and in a nice rendered view. So that's all I have for the presentation. A little over 2 minutes remaining.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else need to add anything this time? No? Okay. Before we go into public comments, can we please have our own comments for the motion from the last meeting on screen so we can all refresh our memory? Thank you. So overall support. Study implementation of a pedestrian pathway or other option within the parkway. At the corner of Vernon and De La Vina. Integrate the permeable pavers within the bulb outs. Provide a wrought iron guardrail where the rail is adjacent to the pedestrian walkway. Provide a proposed site plan to review the fencing. Okay. Integral study provide integral color for bridge railing. Okay. We'll make sure we hit all of these items. So, recall discussion about maintaining existing pine trees. Did we?
We are keeping two of the pine trees. The two that are closest to the bridge are just too impacted by construction for survivor.
And I will add, we had initially noted 4 for removal, so we are able to keep 2, and then 2 are slated for removal.
Okay. And can we go back to the motion, please? Okay, study to plant taller street trees in the parkway, study add lighting at each end of the bridge, study to add true stone or colored form concrete to the underside of the bridge channel. Okay. All right. So I think you touched on all of those for the most part. Okay, thank you. Now we can go to public comment. And if any member of the public would like to make a comment regarding this project, you can raise your hand by following the instructions on screen.
Chair Moore, I do see several members of the public that have logged into the GoToWebinar. If you would like to speak on this item, please raise your hand by clicking on the hand icon, which would indicate that you'd like to speak on this item. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and ask Mary if we've received any written public comment on this item. I don't see anybody wishing to speak on this one.
Right. Thank you, Christina. We did not receive any written correspondence for this item. Thank you.
Okay, then we will close public comments, go to questions from the board. Mr. Whalen, do you have any questions?
I may have missed it, Chair Moore, but on one of the points, was integrated color added at the railings?
No, we did not propose to add any color on the railing. I've definitely seen it before, not in Santa Barbara. It's more like a Las Vegas type of situation. We chose the gray classic color, which is historically used throughout town.
I'll add that we also felt it was more consistent with the area to keep the standard gray concrete.
Thank you. That's my only question, Chair Moore.
Thank you. Mr. Six, you have a question?
Chair Moore, thank you. What was why is some chain link and some ornamental ribbon, as fit in the aesthetics here? To me, it would be all nice to be wrought iron.
I think if you switch to slide 15, that would be appreciated. It kind of shows the fence layout. I guess historically we've done the black or the chain link that kind of parallels the creek outside of going into, I guess, public property or private property, which is the case in especially the upstream, I guess, westerly corner. The downstream westerly corner has the iron or wrought iron fence because it does a front and it's square in the public view. So that's why we chose it for that location. So that's why there's kind of two different fences proposed. One that's going to be more on private property versus public property.
So to further that question, then it would seem that especially the northern chain link sections are, especially if that's low planting and where the biofilter or whatever it was with no trees, it seems that those sections would be very much in sight of the public.
So you're talking about the downstream easterly side and the upstream easterly side?
Well, all three of them, all three of the chain links. It seems your rationale that the iron that is there is in public view. It seems like all the others are also in view.
I could see that point. I think I can see on the upstream and the downstream easterly side that being true. The upstream westerly side, the one that affronts the Presto Pasta, does it does have chain link on the back of that parking lot, so we wanted to be consistent there, so it doesn't go from one style to another.
Okay, is it black vinyl?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. And then you mentioned, I think it really is important. The photo sims underside bridge seem very narrow. Is that the case? You burying all your utilities under that, or is there going to be a much deeper bridge section?
No, the structural depth is just a little bit over 2 feet. You're absolutely right. We're putting all the utilities in the bridge or between the structure. The structures are precast, pre-stressed panels. So there's 6 to 9 inch holes that go through it. And with the one larger utility, the gas utility, we're gonna have a void in the slab and have it hang in between panels. So it is a correct rendering that's showing the utilities are going to be relocated into the bridge structure.
So my concern would be the height of that bottom base of the railing. That where 2020 is written, that won't increase in height and become and massive in height to the depth of the bridge for utilities, correct? This is a true rendering.
It is true. It's accurately depicted. So that's correct.
Thank you, Mr. Conti. I think that's it.
Okay, great. Mr. Whalen and Vice Chair Six, we could turn your cameras off and we can get some other board members on screen. Thank you. Mr. Watkins, do you have any questions?
Thank you, Chair Moore. Do you guys have a civil sheet or a landscape plan that shows the enlarged area to the south that's being replanted?
On sheet L2. So
It's
That'd be sheet 11.
that'll work. Yeah,
That one right there.
sure. Thank you. So one of the comments last time was looking at how to reactivate this little area of the project some more. Pedestrians right now are forced to walk along Vernon and go out into the street to get around that corner and get back on the sidewalk. And so from what I remember, a lot of the comments were looking at how to, whether it's paving or something, less formal than paving, somehow building in a walkway or some sort for pedestrians to use that space a little bit better, since it's really, some people use it, but it's kind of a no man's land. So what were you guys' thoughts on that, or how did you guys address that?
Well, I think there's a couple ways that we looked at it. Laura, did you want to go ahead, Laura?
Oh, it's fine. Thank you, Chair Watkins. Yeah, I just wanted to say that we looked into it, and a couple of the factors we considered and why we chose not to go with it was, one, there is no connecting sidewalk further down Vernon. Therefore, we'd be leading pedestrians to nowhere and would kind of force them to cross the street further down Vernon without accurately or not appropriately accommodating the crossing. It would kind of force another crosswalk. further down Vernon. And so one, there's no pedestrian access further down. And then the second was just, we felt that since there was nowhere to go, people would just kind of congregate potentially in that area and make it, expose it to nuisance activity, since it would just be an open area that really wouldn't accommodate pedestrians frequently.
And then is there any lighting that's proposed in that area?
Currently, there's no lighting proposed in the area, but depending, in the future, we can definitely consider that. But currently, since it's adjacent to the creek, we're proposing no lights.
And I'll just add one other note is that it is a very tight little intersection there with a ADA ramp, the bridge interface, the channel walls. So it's a tight space to even squeeze in a little pathway to get in to that area. So
Yeah, to make it ADA accessible would be difficult with the ramp, the way it's configured.
And then on the, is there another drawing similar to this that shows the north side of this intersection where the little kind of green pockets are on the opposite side? And then can you zoom in there? Thank you. So this area and I guess, to the left here of Mission Creek, that's vegetation. It looks like there's a single tree right there. Perfect. So that space right now kind of functions in the same way of the area down below. It's a kind of a no man's land. People do use that spot at night sometimes to hang out or whatever. It's not really planted nicely right now, so it's just kind of an ugly little eyesore. So this tree right here, when you say new upright tree, white ironbark, are those trees that are already found in that area right now? Or are you guys going to introduce them as like focal points right there?
They can be found in Santa Barbara along different street trees, but you're chosen to create a little bit of variety along the street. Add some color, add some flowers, nice flowering upright tree, increase the aesthetics of that.
Do you have a picture in your set of like what those look like?
I do, yeah.
What sheet is that on?
Is that sheet 9?
I think it's sheet 8. I'm sorry.
Or sheet 8, yeah. And some can grow more upright, but they have a nice white peeling bark. It's a really attractive bark. Nice leaf.
Okay.
And it's a nice tree because it's low water and it looks nice year round with not a lot of maintenance. And it has non-invasive roots, so you don't have to worry about sidewalks buckling over time.
Okay. And then on that landscape sheet we were looking at, on the opposite side of the bridge, on the, I guess, the south side of it. Yeah, to the right of the creek. That little pocket, there's that building right there nearby it. And then this little pocket, is it fenced right now on the front face closest to the sidewalk right now, or is it recessed back a little bit?
Sorry, which corner are you talking about?
This landscape area, thank you. To the right of Mission Creek, that it's I'm just gonna call it a pocket right now because it's kind of no man's land again. People use it to kind of go down and access the creek or whatever. What's the fence line orientation on this little area? Or I guess, is there a fence line even?
There is, actually it looks like iron railing that was attached, like framing the window. So there's no fence, a formal fence. It's just railing that's framing the building windows, which no longer will be there.
And then is there any fencing along the bank line? Is that landscape area rolls down toward the creek that you guys are proposing?
We're proposing a sloped embankment with channel walls.
But I guess from that area of the creek right here, not on the bridge itself, but off the bridge, that embankment's going to roll down to the creek, right? So I guess what's is there anything dividing pedestrians or people from walking down to the creek right there?
The channel wall is actually pretty steep to come down, so there'd be no direct access. It's not a completely sloped access. And then Tom is proposing at the moment chain link fence on top of the wall, so you can see that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So I guess the question is, that's going to have some kind of separation with the chain link fence running along the channel wall, but then does it pull back and then kiss the property line adjacent to you guys to block off that area effectively, or does it just run back and stop? I mean, if I wanted to walk down to the creek right there, could I still do that, depending on how your chain link fence is running?
There is a building further back that's going to remain, and it does turn into a sloped embankment where there's no wall. So, there isn't a fence there now. So if people wanted to encroach onto this private property currently, they could access the creek through the sloped embankment if they.
But I guess from here where it says limit of work, it looks like there's a small little return at the end of that fence line. Yeah, right there. That looks like it's still within your limit of work, though. Is there anything proposed on your side?
There is that fence that follows that return in the wall, and that return in the wall kind of helps the, I guess, the grading that comes up from the existing to the future grading on the creek. So that's where that sloped embankment is, if I answered your question.
Gotcha. So there's a fence on the other side, on the other property that runs roughly right there too, to kind of pinch off that corner. Okay. That's it. Thanks, guys.
Hey, Mr. Olson, do you have any questions?
My questions have been addressed.
Excellent. Is there anybody, Mr. Black, do you have questions?
Unrelated to landscape. So the existing historic bridge, that was a 1926 bridge. Is that what you said?
Yeah, if we go back to slide 2, it shows the original Hollister Avenue Bridge, which in 1916 is kind of perpendicular to the creek. And then that 1926 widening that occurred both upstream and downstream in that lower portion that's kind of skewed, really puts a crook in the creek and
right. Got it. So the bridge railing that's reflected in the rendering that you have, did you say that you're sort of following the design of the Cabrillo Bridge that was relatively recently completed? It looks familiar to me, but.
Yeah, I think the sheet 14 would be probably best to speak from, if we could look at that one. It is really mimicking a lot of the elements from that barrier rail. It is a little different because it's just a different time now where these bridge rails have to be crash tested. So it is a little bit different, but what we are proposing is the type B windows, although it's not shown here. But there is an option for this kind of Gothic arch and this type A also, if the board would prefer. Which
And
is a little.
add. Oh, go ahead. Sorry, Tom. I was going to add that the De La Guerra Street Bridge, which was just completed last summer, has a type B arches as well.
Okay. I don't have any other questions.
Okay. I have one question. If we go back to the hardscape or paving plan, I don't know what sheet that is.
It'll be sheet 6.
Good. And I appreciate your being so familiar with the sheet numbers. It really helps process. Okay, so I guess the tan or the buff colored areas, those are the only paver locations?
That is correct. That's what we're proposing right now.
And it's stamped concrete to mimic pavers, given the location of it being between the interface of the street and the bridge.
Okay, so even the one on the, I guess, the left or the eastern portion of Vernon, those are not true pavers, that's stamped concrete.
Correct. And it was to be consistent across the intersection.
Mhm. So I guess the question is, so why there and not elsewhere?
I think we're highlighting traditionally like intersections typically are where the curb returns have the pavers, and in that fashion. So that's what we are staying true to.
Mhm.
We also like Tom said, at ramps and where we have that kind of triangular area, we also like highlighting that area. It helps kind of delineate the path of travel away from the raised area to avoid any tripping hazards.
Mhm. So, yeah, I guess that was sort of where I was going with it. So you've done that to set off or to highlight, as you say, the path of travel that you'd like people to take, but you haven't done it on all sides of the ramps. So
Yeah, and
it's
I
just
guess
sort of, it seems like there's space to break up the amount of concrete, basic concrete that's out there. And it seems like a move that you're already willing to make. So why wouldn't you just continue that design approach?
I think we looked at the curb returns on the Vernon Road because there's it's more of a definitive end with the applications where you're pointing out where we have that that kind of winged ramp.
Yeah, typically the applications are more of when we have dual directional ramps instead of the deltas, since on corners the deltas don't generate the area for the brick pavers typically. So this is just being consistent with that. And those islands are generated by the type of ramp.
I understand. But there's nothing to stop you from doing that in other locations.
Correct.
And then we may have gone over this in the last meeting, but is there actual opportunity for landscape or parkway opposite the termination of Vernon Road? Obviously not on the bridge, but to the left of the bridge.
Yeah, it's not a super wide walkway, so it would be a pretty narrow little strip. You know, so it is getting very close to the bridge where we would prefer not to have a lot of water surcharge on the back of the abutment wall.
Mhm. Okay, those are my questions. Anybody else? Any follow-up? No? Okay, let's move into comments. If we could have the applicants turn their cameras off, we can get all their board members on the screen. Thank you very much. All right, well, let's just go down the line here. Mr. Watkins, would you like to make any comments?
Sure. Thank you, Chair Moore. I think it's a great project. I liked it the first time you guys presented too. I think it's definitely, you guys know better than us, but it's a really well-needed update. And I do appreciate, like Chair Moore said, the thoroughness and preparedness you guys have for your presentation, and knowing all your sheets and stuff is always really welcome and really impressive. So thanks. The comments that Chair Moore brought up, I agree with about the paving design pattern. I think if you're going to introduce that detail to delineate kind of where these crossing points are happening, I'd agree you should introduce it on the north too, because people are still crossing in the same mechanism. They're just coming from a different direction. So I think that detailing does help people identify proper places to start their paths across this, and it is a really dangerous intersection. So I'd ask that you guys look at revising those parkways along the north end. If you can go to maybe one of those plan views of this area, then we can talk about it a little bit better. Please, thanks. That was a good one, that first one. Yeah, thanks. The southernmost crosswalk, I think, could serve by having that detailing added on the bulb out or the parkway on the north end of that bridge. You would have to revise obviously your apron approach for your ADA stuff, but you can do that. And I think so. I think that's something consistent that should be introduced over there. The planter or the potential for a planter to be installed on the north end of the bridge on where it's currently sidewalk right now, I think that would be something to explore as well. It's always, I mean, we're doing an upgrade here, so I think it would be appreciated. And as a general, our city is moving towards this idea of sustainability and appreciation and management. So I think even public works projects should show that. And in this sense, even though it is a narrow parkway, I think even something that's just very drought tolerant, even if it's succulents because they thrive here, it's always nice to get some introduction of green space where we can. Everything else is getting developed. The fence lines that you guys have proposed and the orientations of them and the color and stuff, that's all fine. So I have no issue with that. But I am going to stick back to the comments we had the last round to the landscape area that's not being developed on Vernon Street. That area does get used a lot by people in that neighborhood. They walk it all the time. And so whether or not it's arguing that space isn't getting used because it's a pathway to nowhere, it's actually an endpoint for people that are walking down Vernon to come on to Delavina Street, and they're forced to go down what is admittedly a narrow street by you guys, and they're walking along the shoulder to do that. So even if it's something that's not concrete per se, but a perimeter paving system or DG or something, I think you guys can easily put a walkway right there that is ADA compliant. You only need 48 inches. And it's just something that filters people into a safe spot away from the street as they walk up to that intersection and actually get in the landscape. It's a really nice area right there. It doesn't get used right now. It gets used for trash and people hanging out near the creek at night. But people still walk that spot, especially right now. So if there is a way you can introduce low impact landscape lighting, even for people to feel safer if they are using the space, because people are at home right now, we're walking around. So we need to make opportunities here to have our city work with us on providing better experiences when we're doing these upgrades. And I think that's an easy spot to do it. It doesn't need to be dramatic. So that would be my comments, as I would support moving forward with those kind of considerations. Otherwise, it's a really nice project. Thank you.
Okay. Who else would like to, you can just raise a hand if you have additional comments. Mr. Black, go ahead.
Yeah, I would agree with Board Member Watkins' comments. Also, I know on some of the comments from the last meeting about integral color in the railing, I would not support. I think historically in this town, there are a few exceptions, but I think the bridges that have been developed in the last, say, 5 or 10 years have all been that sort of traditional plain gray concrete, which I think has a nice historic aspect to it. I observed the rendering. Yeah, that picture, that bridge railing type reminds me of the railing that was installed at Cabrillo most recently, and that was a design that was a mimic of the original 1926 design railing at Cabrillo. And I like the notion of using historic, incorporating historic character in some of the new bridge railings that we do. And so I think this one is that's shown in the rendering with the more upright rectilinear openings, I think is appropriate and preferred from my perspective. And as far as the landscape, I think I think the selection of plant materials and You know, I think this is nicely done. So it's a really nice project. Thank you.
Okay, anybody else with comments they'd like to add?
Yes,
Six. Oh. Go ahead, Mr. Six.
Thank you, Chair Moore. I agree also that the groundscape could benefit from more of the decorative pavers, but I would caution that I would caution against just small patches of it off and on. Maybe the solution is to have the whole surface from over the bridge to have to demark that you're over the bridge, all of it in pavers, rather than having a piecemeal of little spots and triangles of it. So I caution and suggest that if you do pavers, that it should be in a very consistent and broad places rather than patchy little stuff. And I agree with all the other comments. I don't think that the pathway on the ocean side of Vernon Drive is perhaps really needed. Maybe there is no, I don't agree with that. So, but those are my comments.
Okay, Mr. Olson.
Yes, I think it's a good project. I appreciate the applicant's attention to the board's recommendations. I agree with Mr. Watkins' suggestion regarding the pathway on the other side of Vernon Street. And I agree with Mr. Black's comments also. That's all.
Okay, Mr. Whalen.
I'm going to take a bit of a different point of view on the tinting of the bridge. It doesn't necessarily have to be a darker color. What I was looking for is some differentiation between the horizontal planes of concrete, that is the walkway and the roadway bridge itself, and the vertical of the bridge. Could even be a lighter color. And I'd also be in favor of the type B, the rounded windows, which I believe I heard were used in a more recent bridge upstream. That's all I have. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. I agree the type B openings are what I would prefer to see. I already essentially spoke my piece about the colored concrete in adding that in the other areas and asking for additional landscape parkway where possible. And I do agree with Mr. Watkins, and I would go a little further that, this is an opportunity to have a connection to this urban creek. And, other than just looking over the railing, there really isn't a whole lot of opportunity until you get to, somewhere like Oak Park or somewhere like that to actually have a connection with the creek bed and in any meaningful way. And, you look at other urban environments that have this amenity running through their street grid. And I think it's important that we take opportunities like this and make something really great out of them, even if it's as simple as a small little pocket, moment that there happens to be a bench. I mean, you could go get coffee and walk over there and sit down, and it would be a pretty nice experience. I don't think we should be designing in fear of negative outcomes, like people using these areas in the way we don't want them to be used, but we should be shooting to make really great spaces in our city. So I would encourage the design team to think carefully about those suggestions and take advantage of this opportunity. Okay, so this project is here they're hoping for project design approval today. And to do that, we would have to show that or say that they're in compliance with the project compatibility analysis and the urban design guidelines. So is somebody prepared to make a motion to that effect?
Chair Moore, I can make a motion, but not to that effect.
Okay, go ahead.
I would move to continue the project with favorable comments and the recognition that the board generally supports the design and direction that the applicants have taken the project so far. The board finds the majority of the landscape design as effective and well designed. The board favors the type B railing system. And that, to me, I'm open to even straw vote on that one, but I heard most of the comments. I think people were okay with that. The board would ask the applicants to continue introducing colored paving at points of start, I guess, initiation and termination of walkways across or crosswalks across the street at each location. The board would also ask that the applicants provide a connection with the creek bed along Vernon Street, providing through landscape and site features. The board would like to see a walkway installed along that landscape area as well, although proposed paving of walkway is yet to be determined, or is to be determined by applicant. And the board would also ask that you provide a small planting area along the north of the proposed, or along the north of the bridge, adjacent or in between crosswalks. Size and design is up to the applicant. And I would make those my comments on the motion. If I missed anything, I'm welcome, or I look forward to hearing from the board.
Okay, so that'd be a continuance, indefinite continuance back to the full board with those comments. Okay. Is there a second out there?
Second.
Seconded by Mr. Olson. Any discussion?
Yes, I wonder if we should add the comments that Mr. Six made about the details of the railing. I didn't hear that mentioned at this point. Do you still want to add something to that, Mr. Six, regarding that railing conversation?
I don't think I think you have the wrong member, Mr. Olson. I think I was concerned with the heaviness of the base of the railing from the outside, and that was verified as not being significantly increased. So no, I don't have any added comments about the railing design. I do agree with the Titan.
No further comment.
Okay. Any other
Moore.
discussion? Go ahead.
Mr. Chair, I think that I will be voting no because I think that it would be important to have not a patchwork of small little triangles of stamped concrete pavers in little bulbs and so forth. I would like to see a more generous and consistent area such as the total length of the bridge on both sides.
Okay, would the maker of the motion consider adding an alternate or a applicant to study either or solution?
Yeah, thank you, Chair Moore. I wanted to address that too, because that was, I think, a concern of other board members about color differentiation. So I could put I would be open to adding a comment to let the applicants explore the potential for a potentially tinting the color of the bridge. Actually, I'm going to stop on that because we can do a straw vote on the board on that. I would modify the comment that I started with about inserting paving along the ends of the crosswalks. And I could do a follow-up question or a follow-up statement asking the applicants to, all right, leave it up to it'll be up to the discretion of the applicants to design appropriate overall sizes of proposed, what do you want to call it, paving, I don't know what you call these. Paving areas, thanks. That's simple. Perhaps something like that.
David,
go ahead.
further discussion. David, your motion does tint the bridge railing, correct?
My motion would support the applicant's proposal design proposal of leaving it untinted is my understanding, right? They're just doing a concrete.
Yes.
Yeah, so that would be my motion is we approve that as proposed.
Okay, so to clarify, Mr. Watkins, you're suggesting that the applicant should study the horizontal walking surface, so the sidewalks of the bridge, and study no, okay. Can you restate that then? Because I'm confused now.
Okay, I don't support the sidewalk surfaces along the bridge because my thoughts are that might add, well, I could add they can study it. I personally think that it's going to add some probably costs to the project and some considerations that the team doesn't necessarily need to worry about. I guess, but then again, that is entirely on the bridge surface. So I don't personally support it being along the entirety of the bridge's walking surface, but I'll stick with my original comment that I would ask that they explore adding additional tinted paved areas along the ends of the crosswalks and leave it up to them to decide what those areas look like. But I'm not saying in my motion that it needs to be along the entirety.
Got it. Okay. So essentially in the parkway areas adjacent to the crosswalks.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Is that clear to everybody?
Clear as mud.
Yes.
Sure.
Yes.
Yeah.
All right. So we should probably read that motion back. We could.
All right, this is Mary, Commission Secretary. I'll go ahead and reread the motion. So the motion is to continue indefinitely back to the full board with the following comments. Number one, the board generally supports the design and direction of the project. Two, the majority of the landscape design is effective and well designed. Number three, the board favors the type B railing system. Number four, explore adding additional tinted paved areas along the ends of crosswalks and it will be up to the discretion of the applicant to design the overall sizes of the paving areas. Number 5, provide a connection with the creek bed along Vernon Street through landscape and site features. Number 6, provide a walkway along the landscape area, although the proposed paving of the walkway is to be determined by the applicant. And number 7, provide a small planting area along the north of the bridge in between crosswalks.
Can we go back to number 6, please?
Yes, I think that was repeated twice.
Yeah. Or we can integrate that within number 5 somehow,
All right.
because the walkway is meant to be within that landscaped area.
Okay, I can do that.
Second agrees.
Great, thank you.
Mary,
All right.
you're getting pretty good at this. That was
I know.
well done.
Right. Gets better every time.
Yeah. Okay, well, let's take our vote.
All right. So we have Chair Moore,
Yes.
Vice Chair Six,
Yes.
Board Member Black,
Yes.
Board Member Olson,
Yes.
Board Member Watkins,
Yes.
and Board Member Whalen.
Yes.
All right, so the motion carries. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. And let's move on to item number 2. So we're a little over 15 minutes behind. But here we are. Okay, item number 2, 825 De La Vina Street. And this is a proposal for a 4-story mixed-use project on a site currently developed with a private service level parking lot using the AUD program. Project entails construction of 19,767 square foot, 21 unit rental complex with 387 square feet dedicated to commercial floor area. Unit mix includes 5 2-bedrooms, 10 1-bedroom, and 6 studio units ranging in size from 482 to 1,418 square feet, with an average unit size of 776 square feet. 2 of the units will be designated for inclusionary housing. The proposed density on this lot is 62 dwelling units per acre on a site within the priority housing overlay, which allows 37 to 63 dwelling units per acre. The proposal also includes 23 parking spaces and 36 bike parking spaces. Slide number 2, please. All right, project design approval is requested. Project requires compliance with the compatibility analysis, the urban design guidelines, the infill design guidelines, and outdoor lighting design guidelines. The project is also located within a historic sensitivity area and requires a waiver for mechanical equipment screening. Project was last year, April 20th of this year. Okay, if we could have our applicants or applicant team.
Thank you, Chair Moore. Actually, I haven't promoted the applicants yet. I just wanted to give board a little overview on this project because it is a fairly large project. One of the things that staff is looking to ABR to discuss at this hearing of this project is whether or not this project would require story poles or other visual aids. So if you could consider that in your discussion, that would be appreciated. And then of course, the mechanical waiver is also under the ABR's purview as well as this entire project. This project has already gone through application completeness and met all of the city's criteria through the different divisions and departments to be complete. So with that, I'm going to upgrade the applicant team in order for them to make their presentation.
Okay. We have Mr. DeVicente, welcome. are still muted. Can we unmute the applicants?
Yes, thank you, Chair Moore. I'm going to send an unmute request to Mr. De Vicente and Mr. Mills.
Great.
Hello.
Yeah, I can hear something. There you are. Great. Welcome.
Geez, we lost the audio connection. Can we also get Guillermo Gonzalez up as well as our other team member?
Thank you, Mr. De Vicente. Guillermo has been promoted to a panelist, so at this point he can turn his screen and his webcam and audio on.
Okay, very good. Well, I'll go ahead and get started. Good afternoon, Chair Moore and fellow board members. Glad to be back before you again. We've got a lot to cover, so I'm going to do my part fairly quickly here and let Ryan and Guillermo really walk you through the design and where we're at. So first off, we've been to the board twice before for conceptual. So what have we been up to since then? As our planner mentioned, we've formally submitted. So we brought on some new team members. We have Guillermo Gonzalez with Blue Studio as our landscape architect, and our civil engineer is on board. And so we've really been working with all the departments to address all of their comments and really solidify this design. So we took a look at the project, and since last time we were here, and made some design refinements based on the board's comments, as well as kind of what the client wanted to do to kind of change the unit mix. So a couple of compare and contrasts. I don't have a slide for this, so bear with me. We previously had 4 bedrooms, 3 bedrooms was a big part of the previous design, and the remainder 1 bedrooms and studios, and that totaled about 32 beds for 21 units. And currently we traded out the 3 and 4 bedrooms for 2 bedrooms, and then kind of added a couple more studios and 1 bedroom. So still 21 units, but we're at 26 beds. So before about 32 beds, now we're about 26 beds. And this is just looking at the market, kind of how the refinements they wanted to make. On the average square footage, we increased the average square footage by about 17 square feet to 776 square feet, still below the allowed by AUD. Beyond that, we have also brought in our MEP and structural engineers. So the project you see before you does have building engineering as well. We pretty much know where all of our mechanical equipment, et cetera, are going. The other interesting thing is City Council adopted new AUD amendments since we last saw you. In particular, how it affects this project is the increase of the height limit from 45 to 48 feet. So with that, as our planner mentioned, been deemed complete. We've also got things to present, the landscape plan in detail. We have fenestration details as well, door and window details to walk you through, and a full, all the way around the block, 3D visual presentation with and without landscaping, really so you can see the project in context as we don't have story pools. So we think that the 3D will cover it, but of course it's to the board's discretion if you want to see more in the field. So those are the key things that changed. We're in really good shape overall. The waiver is specifically for the transformer that's in the front of the property that we don't have screening for in order to meet the Edison requirements just for access to the transformer. So with that, I'll leave that for Ryan to walk you through the design and take it to the next step. So thank you.
Great. Okay, Mr. Mills, before you jump in there, we're crunched for time. So note the timer and make sure you're hitting the points from the previous motion as well. So
Okay,
keep that in mind.
great. All right, will do. Thank you, Chair Moore and fellow members. So what we'll do is we'll just do a page turn, and along the way, I'll just comment how we address the previous comments. So page 2 is site photos. We're all familiar with this. Next page. Bike parking, next page. We can just click through, that's a zoning and area calculation, next page. Our existing survey, next. Now that we have a few civil sheets, but we can always go back if they have questions. So next. Landscape we'll come back to, let's skip over that. And then, so we'll start here. If you don't mind zooming in to the right side of the plan, here's our overall site plan. This gives us context of all the adjacent buildings you'll see in dark gray. We are a 0 lot line project. There's a few 0 lot line buildings, so I think we're all familiar with that. But kind of gives us the context. Let's zoom in a tiny bit more towards the front. What's important here, starting on the bottom right of the sheet this is the sheet where we're showing the pedestrian master plan requirements, the AUD setbacks. You'll see that with the dashed line. And then what's important is we're still giving the project even more breathing room, so that commercial element is about 10 feet back from the property line, and then another 6 feet plus for that garage entry. So we've given ourselves some wiggle room. And then at the bottom right, you'll see that white box is the proposed transformer location. Again, it sort of danced around the site. We feel this is the best location, kind of adjacent commercial, and previously it was in that top right corner near the pedestrian entry, and we feel it's better served over here on the south side of the project. What else? I think let's skip forward. You can always come back. I'm looking at the clock. All right. Okay, zoom into the first floor at the bottom. Again, I'll be brief. Some of the items, so transformer, the commercial is basically the same as before. I think it's a tad smaller. We've increased the trash room to make all that work through the planning process. At the top right, you see our entry vestibule. We have increased some of the utility rooms as you move under the stairs. You go. The elevator and machine room is now directly behind it, and then bike room. So I think that's what's important here on the site, and we're still observing all the main adjacent trees with our project. So let's go to the next floor above. Won't get into units, but what's important, one of the comments was about moving the elevator as far away as possible. We worked really hard to align it with the building to the north, those little atrium type spaces. So we've pushed both the bike enclosure and the elevator away, and you can see aligned with those east-west walls. And then also is the machine room is on that first floor. So moving upward on the floors above, there is no longer any massing. So we feel like we pushed as far away from that north property line as possible. So that was an important piece. And then let's pan left a little bit. I want to point out one of the main moves from the original design was circulation along this north and west. We used to circulate all the way around the building, along this north, around the corner on the rear. And now you can see our stair has turned inboard, kind of 2/3 of the way back, and then our circulation tucks in. So that'll cover a few comments on the elevations too. So we've limited the amount of circulation and open circulation. So let's go to the next floor up, next sheet. So third floor is basically a duplicate of the second floor with maybe some minor adjustments, but in general the same. So let's go to the fourth floor. And then on the fourth floor, so we've reduced, we're down to three of the larger units now, like penthouse size units. Another important piece to point out is the bike storage is completely removed at this level. So we've reduced that massing per one of the board's comments. So that's sort of the plans in a nutshell. So let's go to the next sheet. Roof plan, next. Okay, so we've set up these sheets per elevation to show the 8th scale elevation below. So it kind of gives you all your levels, floor to floor levels and overall height, and then really the associated real world perspective view. So here's our front street elevation. In context, you can see Mr. Nolte's building on the right, the building to our left. We're showing the existing street trees, including the little one in front of our entry. You'll also kind of picture on the left street tree just behind it is the transformer in that dark forest green. But in general, do you mind zooming in to the rendered view? I'll just walk you through some of the basics. So the massing in the front is similar. The one-story commercial piece closest to the street, our 3-story facade with the garage entry and porches above. And then what's important is then that third component pushed back in a darker gray. So here's the first glimpse of colors. Our palette remains like a nice, bright, warm white with traditional detailing. And then our secondary color is going to be a fairly deep, dark, taupey, warm gray. So you'll see that as we move forward. So next sheet. This is our south elevation. So yep. So to the right is De La Vina. So you can see basically the approach per the board's comments, we've accentuated the ins and outs of the massing more, and we've increased the color change. So you can really see how we've broken this project into, we call it 4 main buildings. The front is that front house like it could have been there originally in the dark gray. Then we're stepping to these white 2-story facades with very dark and recessed breaks in between. So it reads like 4 separate buildings. So there it is in context from the south. Next sheet. Ooh, 4 minutes. Okay. Here's the rear elevation.
Time for Guillermo as well.
Yep, I'm going to give time for Guillermo. Okay, rear elevation, same exercise. Here it is. Again, previously we had circulation running through there. Now we've simplified it with units. I do want to point out to the board one error in our drawings. If you scroll down, the lower elevation shows the corrected windows. So on the left column of windows needs to be double hung windows. So that's the one change I'd like to point out. Next sheet. This is the north elevation. This is kind of the toughest elevation because we have a lot of foreground 0 lot line buildings. But again, De La Vina to the left, you can see that front building. And then kind of the pieces to the right is our stair circulation and stair circulation with that little gabled roof. Next to it, the highest component is the elevator shaft. And then to the right of it, the next white solid component is a 0 lot line bike storage on those 3 levels. And then you can see the circulation, and then beyond a facade that kind of disguises some of the circulation. And then that rear last building of 3 stacking units. So next slide. Okay, we could skip through these. These are the 1/4 inch required elevations. Next. That was really to appease planning. Next.
What do you want next? Details?
Nope, we're going to go just point out we have our 3 main site sections. And then here, let's zoom into the bottom right. Here's kind of our typical details we're developing, but the important ones are our door. Here's our typical door detail. Scroll upwards, please. Yeah. Keep going. You can zoom out a touch if that's helpful. This is the one. So just wanted to point out, yeah, detail 2. So here's our typical window assembly. So this is the type of windows we're using. You can just see our strategy of placing it to the back of the 2x6 wall. This is our DD assembly. So you're showing we have about 6 inches from stucco to glass, a little less at the frame. So I know that's always important to this board. And doors there as well. But let's see, is there another sheet? If not, I'd like to skip to the perspective. let's go to the perspective document really quick, then we'll go to landscape. Okay, so this is a tour around. So here's the proposed building with context without landscape. Next. And then this is it with all the existing landscape. Let's go to the next slide. Slightly different view to the south without. Next. And with the existing landscape. Next slide, please. This is that north elevation looking from the parking lot through that you can see all the existing buildings. So that's existing without landscape, and next is with. There we go. And next slide. And then this is our rear elevation. We're on the neighbor's property, but looking back at the rear elevation without, and next with landscape. Here, large eucalyptus tree there in the corner. Okay. I think that was the last one there. So let's give Guillermo. Oh, and the south. There's one more. South elevation. There we go. Okay. I want to make sure to give. Oh, we have a couple more. There we go. And after. Okay, I think that gives you the idea. We can always go back to those. If we can transfer to Guillermo Gonzalez, and he'll take us through his landscape sheet.
Page 7.
Page 7 of the PDF.
Okay.
10 seconds, go.
Okay. So, hello, this is Guillermo Gonzalez, the landscape architect. We can start with the front of the building, which is on the right front, and we propose a landscape that is that we feel that is both compatible with the best aspects of the neighborhood, and it takes in consideration the Pueblo Viejo guidelines, and it soften the architecture. So along the front, we have a very low landscape, maintaining views to the street. It is a very narrow area, and there's some large trees in front, so we want to keep those views open. As we go into the podium, so if you slide to the left, which is on the second level, we have a series of raised planters that we feel that both it enlightens the common areas and provide privacy to some of those units at the same time. The planters have all different heights. We do have guardrail planters to soften the elevations both on the north and south side of the building. And we have stormwater planters that both treats the water and provides some greenery against the buildings, and low planters to just bring the space to a human scale. As we move to the back, we maximize the amount of use to the backyard with as much usable elements as, we do have some benches against the wall. We provide some screen to the back wall, which is about 8 feet tall. And we also provide a little bit of areas for people to sit and work outdoors. It is a working building in terms of users. And it just maximizes and creates a nice space in the back. So generally, that's the essence of the landscape here. We try to maximize the podium as much as we could with landscape and soften the elevation on the north side, where we have the existing building. So against that building, we do have some taller elements, but in general, it's just try to create a space that feels open and friendly to habitation. That's all I have for the landscape.
Okay, thank you. Apologize for rushing you through this, but trying to stay on our schedule.
Right.
Do you have anything else to add before we jump to public comment and questions?
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I just looked at the minutes from the last presentation we got from the board. There's a couple things we wanted to cover. Let's see. On number 3, the overall height. The overall height is taller now. We were at 45 feet before, but with the new height increase, we're at about 47.2, I believe. So our floor to floor, we want to make sure floor to ceiling is 9 feet for each of the units, but we did reduce the 4th floor plate. And part of the reason for the height was to for the fourth floor plate to be reduced, we increased the pitch so we could truss with scissor truss to get some volume in those ceilings. So that, although we dropped the plate, it did increase the pitch of the roof. So we've got that. Also, let me see what else here. We previously studied dropping the garage level into the ground by 2 feet, and we're still pushing back on that. It is counterintuitive to the cost of the project. The project slopes from the rear towards the front naturally, and it would create significant cost for drainage and plumbing issues to do that. It's just, we believe it's a poor practice and it's not appropriate for this project. So we covered that. And then we did study other finishes, but we elected to go with stucco with a more contrasted finish, as Ryan kind of took you through. And yeah, I think that generally covers it. We certainly have a lot of information. If the board has questions, we did cover things quickly, but we're prepared to answer any of the questions you might have. So that, yeah, we think we have enough for PDA. Obviously, there's a lot here for the board to chew on. So hopefully we can, with what we provided, get you comfortable with that request. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So we will now open public comment. Any member of the public would like to address the board regarding this project? You can follow the instructions on screen.
Thank you, Chair Moore. We do have some members of the public that have indicated that they would like to speak on this item. I see
Great.
Fred Sweeney will be first. And I'm going to go ahead and send you an unmute request now.
Does that work?
One moment.
Can you hear me?
Yes, Mr. Sweeney, we can hear you. You will now have 2 minutes to speak. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and members of the board. I'm speaking on behalf of Don Sharp, who is at a location that he can't connect in to speak. So I'm going to be reading his 5 points, if I may. It says, I appreciate the change to the elevations, to the north elevation, to allow light into the 12 offices that obtain light and ventilation through channel windows, but request additional setback. Number 2, the previous ABR meeting discussed working the garage floor to make dropping the garage floor to make the project more pedestrian friendly and be more sensitive to the neighborhood. 3, the floor-to-floor heights are excessive and out of character in this neighborhood. 4, the elevator tower almost against the north property line provides a major shadow in the outdoor living spaces on the second floor lift patio deck. That shaft could be moved southward to reduce the arrangement. 5, due to the fact this site is within a historic sensitive area, I would appreciate the motion to address and specify reasons this project complies with the following. 1, the urban design guidelines. 2, the infill guidelines. And why a waiver is requested for mechanical equipment screening. Thank you, Don Sharp. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Do you have anyone else?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to give any other member of the public who has logged into the webinar an opportunity to raise their hand. While we're waiting for that, if we can ask Mary if we've received any written public comment for this item.
Thank you, Christina. We did not receive any written correspondence for this item.
Okay, I don't see any other member of the public whose hand is raised for this item. Thank you.
Okay. Great, then we will close public comment and go to questions. If a board member has a question, you can turn your web camera on. Mr. Olson, you have a question.
Yes. Could we see the south elevation again? I'm interested in the coverings of the patios and the detail of those.
pardon the interruption, Chair Moore and board members. I do have another member of the public who has raised their hand.
Okay, well, let's be accommodating, and let's reopen public comment and hear the comments.
Okay, I am going to send you an unmute request to Brad Pepper. Once you see that your microphone is green, you will have 2 minutes to speak.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Just wanted to make a quick comment of how out of character the height of this structure is, and nothing has been done along the lines to address that along the way at all. It just continues to actually grow further in height. And it's just very out of character that it's surrounded by 1- and 2-story homes in the neighborhood. And this would be just a massive dwelling that towers over the entire neighborhood. So I guess that's my only comment. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. And with that, we will close public comment, go back to questions. Sorry, Mr. Olson. You could repeat your question.
Yes. Would you show us the detail of the coverings for the patios that are shown on the south elevation?
Yes, so what you can see in elevation is there's really 2 parts to the roof of the 4th floor. There's sort of the pitched roof portion, and then what you're seeing in those perspectives now in elevation is we've extended a piece beyond the roof structure, almost like a trellis structure. Now, the owner has chosen to make those solid, but we wanted to keep the trellis type frame. Do I need my camera on? There we go. Let me get my camera on too. So you can see that there's really the roof beyond, and then the most forward piece is dark bronze metal trellis structure with a solid covering across the top at facial height. So that's what we're seeing. I don't know if you want to look.
Is there a section of that anywhere, or do you?
It should show up in section, yes, or in roof plan as well. But we can go to a section. You know what page this?
Page 20.
Page 20 is the section sheet. Let's see, does it show up here? Maybe on the bottom? No, it doesn't show up here, unfortunately. Okay, let's go back to the elevation sheet. And how about, let's go to the west elevation, might show it a little bit better. Okay, zoom in to the bottom elevation. And so, yeah, then the top right of our building. So you can see beyond, you can zoom in even a little farther. It's hard to see there, but we have basically the roof structure comes down, and we have very minimal eave overhang, more of a cornice detail. And then a flat roof, again, trellis-like structure expands the rest of the way to the parapet wall. Just our desire was to just reduce the overall massing of the roof area. There we go.
Thank you.
Okay. Is there a plan of that someplace?
Go to the roof plan.
Page 11.
Page 11 of the set. Okay, here we go. Zoom in, and we can kind of focus on the bottom, the left. Let's scroll left on this. And left and zoom in towards the bottom half. Let's pan right a little bit. You can see, so here, it doesn't read well, does it? So, for example, this doesn't read that well. Shoot. Well, you can see sort of the roof structures with the sloped demarcated, and then everything else around that is the flat portion of the roof.
Okay, thank you. Second question. What were the alternatives for the Edison facility on the front of the building that you discussed and considered?
Yeah, well, maybe we can go to the first floor plan, yes, and zoom in there. So one of the studies we spent a fair amount of time on is, I don't know if it came before you, one option was to push it up against the north property line as far as we could and attempt to screen it. But because of all of the access requirements, it encroached on the pedestrian entry. The other study we did was actually putting it inside the project, which we've done before, and it's a very expensive proposition, but what I think was the bust in this case is the requirements to service and to replace transformers. Essentially a truck needs access to it and has to have a boom that can remove and replace. So the podium would actually need to increase in height to move it inboard. So we felt like up to, I think, nearly 16 feet. So that became a dead end as well. So we were left with, where's the best place to put this? You know, we're used to seeing them out on the right of way. We know that's no longer the case. We kind of felt like in this context, it was the most discreet location. And adjacent to commercial was the least intrusive to kind of all the comings and goings of most pedestrians.
That's all my questions, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you. Who else has questions? Raise your hand. Mr. Watkins, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair Moore. And to let the applicants know too, I did review the video in the last presentation, so I am caught up with the project. Could we go to, actually, yeah, the overall is good for right now. Mr. DeVicente, is the mechanical waiver for the transformer situation, or how does that play into the project again? I didn't quite catch that.
Sure. Board Member Watkins, yes, the waiver is specifically for the transformer and not providing screening for the transformer. All of the other mechanical equipment will be located within the garage, not on the roof, but we're going to be using the sidewalls of the podium to mount all the HVAC condensers.
So you guys are switching to needing AC units now for condensing units?
Correct, yes.
Okay. And what about for the commercial unit? Is that going to be served with AC in there?
Yes, same thing. They're just all split systems, so they'll have indoor units, and then all the little small outdoor units will be on the garage wall above where the cars park.
Okay, thanks. And since we're on this sheet, can we pan to the back of the building? The back of the parking garage? Yes, page left, thanks. So that big opening you guys had in the back too was shrunken down and eliminated, right? And the parking space back there is not there anymore?
Correct. Yeah, we reduced that parking space. It moved forward. We were able to move it forward and just leave the whole rear yard for use of the inhabitants there.
And the configuration, I mean, 12 feet is nicer than we've seen in other projects. But the configuration it being the back and stuff is going to be a little unusual, I think, with use. How do you guys envision using that? Because the last image, or from the last round, there was really nice rear rendering with the tree and kind of people hanging out there a little bit, which I think for an urban setting is kind of interesting, these little pockets like that. So can you walk through maybe a little bit, if you've gotten that far yet, how that space would work for the people living here?
Sure, if you will. Let's go to one of the landscape plans.
Page 7?
Page 7, and I'd love Guillermo to walk us through that.
For this area, we do have access through, well, I'm showing the second floor, but you know, there's an opening down here. So this whole area becomes open. And there's also a door back over here that connects directly to the hallway that runs along the parking lot to the south. But once you come out, the south space is all level and useful for all the residents.
And then how's that space itself set up? Can you walk us through that a little bit? Like what that experience would be like?
Correct. As you walk in, you do have you can zoom in back, that'd be great. Yeah. As you walk in through from the garage, you come into a open space. There is a large tree there. There is a Citrodora, or lemon sense eucalyptus that provide a large canopy to the space and, you know, anchor the area. Where we also have a series of seating bench around with a planter in the back and a seating opportunity for groups, people to seat or individual. And then right against the wall, we do have these benches with planting in between to provide some area where somebody could sit with Wi-Fi and a computer and work through the day outside their unit. We're providing a outdoor ping pong table so people could play. That's one of the elements we could use for that. But in general, we see the space as being more passive and more of a space to be outside. We do have other areas on the second floor on the podium that also provide some outdoor opportunities to, like everyone else, work outside. So there is, on the north side, there is the podium, and we separated with planters to create 3 individual spaces where people can see. And also, if you pan to the right, there is another area outside the elevator where we also provide another space for people to sit and do some work or wait for somebody to go down the elevator.
So these private patios, you could be a tenant in like 207 and walk past the other ones towards 203, and you would be walking through the ends of their patios, or is there separations?
Say that again, 203. Oh, down and below, yes, you can walk there. There's separation with the planters, but we do need to provide circulation. We couldn't block those areas because that's the way people could run. But it's this, you know, the only reason you will go there, they're semi-private. The only reason you will go if your unit is there. The ones on the north side are more public per se. You know, you can live there and they're more open to anyone. But the ones in the south are more semi-private, just by the nature that unless you stay in one of those units, you shouldn't be walking through there.
Okay, thanks.
Chair, if I could add one more comment, Mr. Watkins, at the very rear, that area is surrounded by an 8-foot tall block wall. Just again, for sensitivity to the neighbors. It's a residential area. We want to make sure the noise of our property is more contained. So it's an 8-foot tall block wall around that ground level area.
Thanks. Could we go to one of the elevations now? Maybe the south elevation? Oh, sorry, the west. Sorry, there we go. Perfect. Sorry, you had it right the last sheet, 20. Thank you. And then maybe zoom into the rendering at the top, please. Thanks. So these, whether, I don't know, pushes or pulls, whichever way you want to call them, these, how you guys were depressing the facades a little bit to get more depth going on there. How much of a shift in wall lines, I guess, and did you guys do those shifts? Because I guess if that makes sense here, it's more dynamic than it was before. It was a little bit flatter because there wasn't as much, you know, pushing and pulling on that outermost facade.
Right. Well, I mean, in general, I think we increased the first floor jogs by about 1 foot, and then even more so on the 4th floor, we reduced the massing on the fourth floor, so the walls retreated back even farther. We can peek at the floor plan. Is a good place to see that.
The third floor has the best.
Yep. No, let's go.
Page 10 at the bottom. There we go.
There we go. So along the south there, you get a sense for it. Let's go zoom in a little bit more so we can see some of those dimensions too. So in our original visit, this project started as we were kind of stepping 10 feet. Let's scroll left a little bit. So the front building is a little closer to the south property line, but as we move back to the larger massing. So originally we were at 10 feet with, I think, 18 inches of in and out, but now we just increased that a little bit. I'm struggling to see the distance. It's 11 and 12 and a half at those first two studios, and then where we pushed back in a little farther was another foot, so we're just shy of 15 feet back now. So, there's a difference of about 3 feet between the farthest and the closest, and then here back in the middle, we come the closest to about 9 feet. So we kind of shifted back and forth, but then we pulled this out to make the vertical circulation recess even more, and we actually tucked that pushed back. I'm trying to remember, maybe about up to like 2 to 3 feet more because it was just a tall element, so we pushed that back as well. So we just kind of made those ins and outs a little more dramatic.
Okay, thanks. And then if we can go to the east elevation, please, to look at the elevator tower for a second. Sorry, I'm all screwed up on this project. It'll be the north end.
Yeah. Here we go.
Awesome, thank you. And then, perfect, thanks. So the material on these faces of these, you have the elevator tower, and then you have basically, I know we're pretty much smashed up against the wall on the front unit, correct? So it is what it is. But we have the plane of the elevator tower set, I think you said a couple feet off that property line. And then there's a higher massing that looks like it's going about 3 stories, which is maybe a circulation tower or something like that. And behind the commercial unit on page left of the rendering. What's that structure?
I'm not sure I understood the last piece, but let me just walk through it. So on the left.
Sure, I'll just ask it again real fast. So
okay.
If we're looking at this elevation, and there's the commercial building, right, that it's got its, on the left of the elevation.
Yeah.
And it's a big white plane, but it's also up against a wall, an adjacent property more or less. So there's no need to do any detailing or windows. Behind that though, there's a larger, looks like a 3 or 4 story white block that's running up past the 4th floor walk line.
Yeah.
What's that wall line?
Okay, so let's start. The first one you're seeing, the one that has the gable roof form.
Yeah, commercial.
That's our stair tower. So that's just the stair circulation going up. That is 0 lot line.
That's not correct. That's 2'7" off.
Oh,
because
sorry.
that's where the openings for the adjacent. You can see it in the floor plan. It's 2'7"
Okay, well,
off
let's
there.
go to the floor plan next. But so the stair tower is the one with the gabled end. The next one that's a level taller is the elevator shaft tower.
That's about 7.5 feet off.
Okay, and then you see a break with circulation, and then the third white box is the bike storage room. So let's just finish in floor plan. Let's go to the third floor plan.
Page 10.
And zoom in towards that north property line. So we're flipped, but starting on the right, you can see that was the units we saw, and then there it is. Let's zoom in a tiny bit more so you can see then that first gabled one is our stair tower. There it is, 2'7.5". Thank you, Ed, for correcting, off the property line. And then 7'6" to the back of the elevator shaft, and then about, about 11 feet of a break at the property to the north atrium, and then there's the bike storage and utilities at the lot line.
Perfect. So on this I'll call the utility room and bike storage tower, that adjacent building, there's no glazing that's sitting on that, right on the opposite end of that property line, right?
There is one window on their top floor, but we intentionally shifted. So it's actually in this plan to the left of the utility room. So originally we had it moved, we tucked it, so it's on that back corner of Mr. Sharp's building.
Gotcha. Okay. Those are all my questions. Thanks.
Okay, who's next? Questions? Mr. Six, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Very good presentation, thanks. I think if we go to the north elevation sheet A204. So here, yeah, that's exactly where I want to go. This shows the stair tower and the elevator tower and the bike storage unit veneered in brick, but your 3D modeling doesn't show that. What's your intention?
Yeah, so our intention is this. I think originally we want a brick veneer whitewash, so it'll all be painted white. So it was just meant to have a texture, but through the DD process, we're realizing, obviously, I think this was something that looks like it got missed. At 0 lot lines, we're not getting our veneer just because it's not possible to do. So obviously that bike tower does not get the veneer. The elevator tower absolutely will. We're proposing a whitewashed veneer, brick veneer in those elements. Again, that's meant to tie in a little bit to Mr. Sharp's building. We love kind of some of the brick elements. So if there was some relationship, kind of that industrial look, that was desirable to our team. And then,
okay.
And then on the stair tower as well, we have 2.5 feet to play with. So I'm not sure if it's viable yet, but we're currently proposing it. So we'll see how that shakes out.
All right, as long as we're on this sheet, I don't understand why one would have to, we have the elevator shaft and it's roughly overlapping just by a few feet of the stair. Why do you have, on the very topmost, you have to extend it out that far rather than cutting it back further away from the street and radically reducing that mass to be just the height above the elevator shaft itself?
Mr. Six, we can reduce that tower. Part of it covers, let's actually go to, so short answer is we can. The massing wise, we wanted to grab the ridge of that gable element of the stair, but we could push that back. We could reduce that probably by 40%. We were studying that mass also covers some of the walkway on the 4th floor, but it doesn't need to be done with that massing. Absolutely. So
thank you. Then some of my comments will lead into this, but do you have an idea of the height difference between the top of your podium floor and the 2nd floor of Mr. Sharp's building? Do you know the difference between the two?
I don't actually have that neighbor information, no.
We estimated in massing, we estimated for the 3D massing just by site visits and photography. I mean, so we're implying some massing, but it was based on information.
So we don't know if if Mr. Sharp is standing on his 2nd floor in these atriums is if he's staring at the podium wall or staring at, and I appreciate the effort to move that stuff above the podium floor back, but you don't know whether he's staring into the podium sidewall or above it, correct?
Yeah, let's pan left on this elevation. Keep going towards, so, yeah. So what you see the dashed lines?
Yeah, yep.
This represents Mr. Sharp's building, and the kind of the component to the right, the tallest dashed box. So that's his building in the rear. And then we know the back top right corner is that round window. I don't know if you guys know that building well, but so, which falls towards that upper level. So we don't have an exact height.
Yeah, so hopefully he can peek over
Yeah.
the wall of the podium and see in and appreciate the efforts that you've taken to push back the stuff on above the podium, correct?
On page 2.
On page 2 of our set, we do have a photo. Let's peek at that really quick.
The top.
Okay, top middle, if you zoom way in, there's Mr. Sharp's building. Let's keep zooming in.
Yeah.
So you can see there's the one window you could see at the very back. So we estimated, you can see the height too. So your typical car is there five plus feet.
That's the third floor. I'm talking about the second floor in the atriums.
Yeah, it's a tall first floor.
It's a tall, so yeah, we're estimating that's about 12 feet to the top of the atriums, but we did observe that. So let's go to the first floor plan. This is important.
Page 9.
Well, I know in plan, Mr. Mills, that you have duly respected that. It's just, the height of that podium. So anyway.
Well, I'd like to show this. I think this is important. So the north side of this plan, we can scroll up. So, okay, so again, in the dark gray is the existing property. You can see those two atriums. So, we did pull a little bit now to let light slip through and observe both of those because there's openings in there and some landscape. So our guesstimation now is 12 plus feet to the top of that. And so our podium, what's the height of our, is that 12? It's about the same as the height of our podium. So yes, our parapet wall to the podium will be higher than those. So this is, a slice of light going into those.
Okay. And so why, on the elevator transformer, is there not a way to simply have a tight fence around around the transformer and have gates that swing out?
Yes, there is. We've done that before.
Not on
all sides.
Not on 3 sides. Only the portion at the sidewalk could we put a fence.
Yes. So we could do that. We've done that in the past. This was actually an internal discussion. We actually find, the smaller footprint of the dark green transformer a little more easy on the eyes than a screen wall, a fence. I mean, if it was planted, that's one thing, like you see on Paseo Chapala or the new Anacapa project. They're usually out on the street and they're lightly screened or screened and planted. But it could be a fence, so we could do that if the board thought that was a better solution. We opted for, we'd rather see the green box or it get painted.
So let me understand, you can put a fence all 4 sides and the one side that has to be accessible can be a full open gate?
Yes, Board Member Six, this is something we did at 133 South, Cesar Chavez, I think, when we looked at that previously with the board a couple years ago. Yeah, we had basically an 8-foot wide gate that could give them the opening clearance on one side. The rest of the sides needed 3 foot. And it's Mr. Bolton, can you zoom in a lot tighter to that transformer? It's hard to see on the screen. There's a dashed, the dimensions are the pad. The white box is the transformer. Beyond the pad is a 3-foot buffer required to the north, the west, and to the south. You can't put anything vertical up into that point. You can even see the door to the commercial space is right at the 3-foot clearance zone from the pad. So it's a little disingenuous, the landscaping right there over the pad. So that's just a quick drafting error. So yes, but right at the property side, where the pad is, the back of the sidewalk, you could put a gate there that would open that full size of the pad.
So Mr. Decenti is what you're saying is that if we wanted to provide a fence, it would be the white pad and 3 feet on the sides and the back.
Correct. So to the north is at the back of the door, at the commercial you can see. The wall, the commercial wall itself is the other 3 feet, and if you pan down just a little bit, we have our exit pathway coming out a little bit more to the property line. Thank you. The dashed line leaves about 18 inches to the property line, so we can't fully fence it without blocking our egress path on the south side of the building.
Okay, thank you. Could there be windows in the rear exit airway facing the property line? Where would that best be shown? Second or the floor plans? I mean, you know, aren't higher enclosures of the stair predicated that you can have openings at 90 degrees to other spaces?
There's a 10-foot restriction. I mean, you could put them in, but they become rated openings. But yes, the adjacent wall stair itself could be.
You're more than 10 feet away from the property line. You're 12 plus 3, correct?
Oh, let me clarify. 2 adjacent walls of the same building. So this is just what they're trying to prevent is bedroom number 1 of like unit 208 there, a fire occurring in that bedroom and then quickly spreading to the stairwell. So there are some limitations to them. You can do them, but they just become expensive rated windows. But yes, they can be provided.
But that particular south downsheet wall is 90 degrees to your bedrooms.
Correct. Anyway. Yeah, it's a complicated section of the code, but yes, I'm familiar with what you're talking about. It's just a cost question.
Okay, I understand.
For decorative elements.
Just a minor thing. The landscaper showed a trellis at the entry. That's gone, correct?
No, that's lack of. We need to coordinate the drawing over there. That trellis have been removed since we submitted.
I will own that one. This is something that Mr. Guillermo did have coordinated with us. At 11th hour, we decided to remove it. So we presented to the board a look without it. Again, just purely aesthetic, don't need it because we have our vestibule covering. So if the board wants to weigh in on that, so we kind of have, we all opted to move it.
I'm going to ask that we move it along here. We're getting
I'm done.
Great.
Mr. Chairman Moore. Thank
Thank
you.
you. Mr. Whalen, do you have a question? Go ahead.
I'll just try to keep this simple. And at the drawing we're looking at, Mr. Gonzalez, I'm having trouble with the landscape plan. Is this a hybrid of a ground floor and a second floor all at once?
That is correct. You're looking at the second podium and the first floor and the ground
Yes,
level.
it makes it a little bit difficult. And I thought I heard at the rear garden, there's a block wall of 8 foot high, but when I saw a section drawing, it only appeared to be 6 feet high.
The back wall is 8 feet tall, and that's my understanding.
And then at the ground floor forgive me, I believe it's an east elevation, it appears there's an opening from the garage into that back garden.
That is correct. There is an
And
opening.
so what kind of opening is that? I mean, is there direct access? Could a car pull through there? Is there a grating, or what is that opening?
It's a grate, and the width of it, it's what, 10 feet? We can look at right there. If you zoom in there,
Yeah. It applies as opening because typically you would need a hammerhead, sort of a backup space. So what is the relationship between the garage and that back open area?
There is no, except for this opening, there is no access for cars into that space. And if we can scroll up, you can see, so that, a little bit more, so, correct. So that's the only opening from the garage. There is another door down at the bottom of the page, which is another access into that space.
Yeah. So and this is more for the architects, what is the nature of that opening? Can one walk from the garage into that back garden?
Yes, Mr. Whelan. Yeah, so we left a fairly generous opening there, but yes, it's flush with grade in the exterior. So we have, it's an accessible point from the parking garage. We thought it was a good idea to keep it generous to allow light back in the garage. We also, working with ownership, have it big enough that a service truck or maintenance could back up to do gardening, pull equipment in and out, but park at the rear of that garage without going back there. Again, moving like the ping pong table, larger pieces in and out. So we wanted it big enough to almost service for like a utilitarian purpose. So it was a little more generous, more like a small truck size, just to gain access. But that's all it's for. So it reduced smaller than it had previously been, but we left it a little bigger. I suppose it could squeeze a little bit more to close off that relationship. It's sort of a balance of, separating these two spaces where we want, some amount of light to get in the garage while maintaining, a good environment out in the rear yard. So did that answer the
Very
question?
good. That answers my question. And then back to the transformer, if you could scroll to the right, was there any consideration given to locating that on the opposite corner, within setbacks, but adjacent to the existing building?
Yes, there was. I'm trying to recall if that's how we showed it the previous time, no, or we just studied it. So it could. So we actually had a scheme where it was up against that north property line. But again, if you see the setback, it wants to face either the street or it would have to face the pedestrian access point. But either way, it would be encroaching on that pedestrian access. So we would have to relocate that. So we found that less desirable. It was going to crowd one of the two entry points. So it actually felt like it had a better home next to the commercial entry than at the door. So its footprint would have been about halfway into that the pedestrian entry path.
All right, thank you. That's all my questions, Chair Moore.
Okay. Mr. Black, any questions?
None for me, thank you.
Okay,
I have one more question.
go ahead, Mr. Olson.
So would you review for me the difference between the height of the previous plan and this plan, the total height, maximum height of this building?
Which elevation?
Probably go to the north or south elevation sheet. We'll show all of that the best. There you go. Yeah.
Yeah, so Board Member Olson, previously the project was designed right up to the 45-foot height limit. And again, as we described, we've designed we've adjusted the roof on the 4th floor. Also, when we got the mechanical engineer involved, our plate heights went up from 10 foot to 10 foot 4 there, and that allows for over the bathroom areas and the kitchen, we're dropping to place our mechanical unit. So in the section, you can see how that looks, and that ended up with a 47'2" maximum building height. So if you want to look at that in more detail, you can certainly, but the answer to the question is from 45 to 47'2" for those reasons.
And that was after a request that it be less than the 40, than what you had previously presented?
Sorry, can you repeat the question?
So as I recall, the board asked you to consider lowering it from the 45-foot height that the previous plan was indicated?
Well, yeah, I mean, my recollection is the board requested that we look at lowering the 4th floor plate as well as the entire structure at the ground level into the ground. And so we're applying what we believe is the best design practice for these infill projects, and that pushed the project higher. We were proponents supporting the council going from 45 to 48 feet for these reasons, and it's really important for the livability of the unit. We haven't increased the podium. That's already a pretty shallow podium just to get things in and out of the building, but it's sufficient for this project.
Thank you.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, I have one more question.
Go ahead.
There's been mention that this neighborhood has some kind of historic overlay or reference, a concern that it's meeting the historic nature of this area. Can either the staff or the applicant address what that's all about?
Thank you, Vice Chair Six. This project was reviewed by our urban historian, Nicole Hernandez. And at that time, there are a few historic structures behind this project. So we considered whether or not during environmental review, whether or not a historic site report would be required. And it was determined that it wasn't necessary for this project.
So because there's some historic structures down the street a bit on the same block, is that the Queen Victorian or whatever?
Correct. I believe there are two, one behind this project and then that behind and south, if you will. Those were considered by our urban historian, whether or not this site, just the site itself, even though there's no structure there, whether or not the proximity to those historic resources would trigger a historic site report, and it was determined by our urban historian that it would not.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Well, my questions have to do with some of the detailing. So if we can understand the railing design, it's a metal guardrail with horizontals, it looks like, and that's consistent throughout. painted, or it's hard to
Yeah.
tell in the renderings.
Yeah, so the general design palette is that the white and the dark warm gray, and then all of the secondary treatment of trellises, guardrails, and these fourth floor roof structures are light, dark bronze metal structures. So we haven't detailed the rails quite yet, but
Okay. And
you'll
then
see those
on the
third floor. We're matching all the planter boxes on the podium are also the dark bronze metal.
right. So that brings up the next question. So this kind of perimeter planting on the podium, you've got this dark metal band running around that area. Does that strike you as sympathetic to the neighboring buildings? Can you describe how that fits in with the more historic qualities or the more traditional qualities of this area?
Sure, I'll start, and perhaps Guillermo will chime in too. But so really, there's two locations where this is implemented. It's really the north and the south, most predominantly on the south elevation here. And if you zoom out a little bit, you'll see it's running along and adjacent to those smaller cottages that are on the zero lot line, so those shed cottage structures. So the discussion was kind of a privacy issue. So at our podium level, do we want transparency there with like a lighter rail? We started, our first version was that, and that didn't feel, I think, sympathetic for privacy concerns for the rear yard of that Victorian. So we wanted planting, we wanted a buffer. So rather than increasing the wall, like the white stucco or block, the height of that to a parapet and plant inside, we opted for these planters just to introduce a secondary material. And you can see in this view, in perspective, we're floating up a little bit on the other side of these cottages to the south. From the ground, this won't be perceived. These cottages block that view. So it's really, primary concern was sitting on these patios of these new units on the second floor. We had the choice of either staring at the roof of these old cottages or creating a landscape container, kind of this belt, if you will.
Right.
And then north,
the question was really more directed at the material choice.
Mhm.
And then as a follow-up question, so on the exterior of the building, this neighbor from this particular view, so they're going to have painted CMU block wall, and then they're going to see the edge of the podium structure, so a finished concrete.
Mhm.
And then they'll have some areas with railings and some areas with this metal planter.
Mhm.
Did you, and I think I recall some questions and comments about this from last time. Did you study modulating that surface a little bit to provide, it's pretty much just straight right down the property line, right?
Yes, it is.
On the three sides, south, west, and north.
Yes. Well, yes. So the north and south are really the primary zero lot lines for the podium wall. And so on this side, we just have a lot of conditions of existing landscape and existing buildings. So we, I think in previous versions, studied in and out. We have a couple inches, maybe a handful of inches to play with, but it sure seems to make these podiums really fussy, and we weren't sure what we were getting because it is so interrupted by these existing buildings. We could always make maybe one break somewhere along the way, but most of this is disguised. You can see the back half will not be seen behind these buildings. And likewise on the north, it's backed up to a parking lot or zero lot line buildings of Mr. Sharp's building. So again, we didn't think that effort or the fussiness sloppiness of breaking the podium was going to be to anyone's benefit once it was said and done.
And then on the subject of the parking, this parcel is in the central business district, correct?
Correct.
So you do not have to fully park it.
This is a new parking requirement. So we left the parking, even though the code changed on that, we still think that providing parking is important. And also, the bike parking is really important too. As you know, we've always almost doubled required bike parking. So yeah, we thought it wasn't to our advantage to start reducing the parking for the plan.
Except that it might give you a little bit more flexibility on the ground floor if you took advantage of that.
At some point it would affect the units above because things stack pretty well, but yeah.
Okay, those are my questions. So let's move to comments. Thank you to the applicants. We could maybe turn off your screens or your cameras. We get our board members up here. Okay, who would like to start with comments? Should we start with Mr. Black, since you're at the left of my screen anyway? Nope, you have to turn your microphone on, please.
I have a very positive impression of this project. There's a lot to like about it. And, you know, architecturally, I'm just going to defer to the architects on the board, but I like this project. I mean, it's a lot of project, but I think they've done a lot with what they, you know, with the program, and I think it's nicely executed. That's all.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Six?
Yes, to start off with, as David said, it's a lot of project for this neighborhood, and I'm disappointed that we can't get this type of project to go even 2 feet into the ground with their parking. But I know that given the current political climate, that if we went to task with that, we would lose at the city council on it. So I'm going to give that ghost up. But to say that I'm disappointed, so the height and so forth. But I do have to say that the height in the front of the building, stepping down to the 2 stories and so forth, and stepping back as is relatively the same or has the same impact, height, and mass as the adjacent building to the north. So I think it's successful there. I'm just concerned about the overall height of the back of it, but we're in a new environment now. So I think I have to leave that alone. As I mentioned before, I think it would be important to take all of that extra mass off of the top of the elevator and just have the mass go directly, minimize the extra height of mass that has to be required by the elevator, and have some simple, albeit awkward, cricket between the pitched roof of the stair and the tower. I think that would, you know, radically minimize that massing from the street and from the shadow cast upon Sharp's rooftop. I'm sorry, but I think it's a slippery slope when we start to accept unmasked and unscreened elevator transformer equipment. I think that there's and I know you're pinched here, but I think it's because of your program. And I think that I would rather see this the commercial area come out closer to the street and somehow dog leg in order to sync and accommodate screened equipment transformer. So I cannot, because of the precedent here, accept an unscreened transformer at this location that's so impactful to the street. Second, and I think that Board Member Olson was referring to it. I think that the trellises, both on the second floor on the street elevation and on the south elevation on the fourth floor, and above the bike storage mass on the north, are all very boxy. The perimeter beams are pushed to and just an extension of the box of the mass below it. I think that the columns need to be pushed back from the walls, the parapet walls or the guardrail walls, and some overhang brought to the trellis members. And I know that the columns would be right in the middle of the open balcony areas, but you could reduce space them and reduce the number of them so that this trellis does not look simply like a boxy extension of the floor below, but a delicate trellis set back from the stories below. In regards, I think you've already addressed, I think Chairman Moore was concerned about these planters at the perimeters. I think that my reaction was that, perhaps the solid and transparent, the solid planters versus the transparent railings could be more part of the architecture and alternate and so forth, instead of, as you have it, you have the east, you have the planters all lined up for, the back half of it, and then railings on the front half. I think that there should be some rhythm and more of architecture there. I really appreciate the relationships that you have given in plan-wise with the northern neighbor. I appreciate your sensitivities to that. I also appreciate the reduction of the windows and balconies and walking spaces looking into the neighbor to the west. You've done a great job with that. I think that and I'm extra sensitive about Mr. Sharp's building, and would like to see, instead of the brick veneer, okay, can we go to the north elevation? Yeah, so as you see, the dotted lines are Sharps. Between the dotted boxes are the atriums. I would hope that this veneer could go, the brick veneer could go on that lower podium where it's recessed back to 2'7" in order to give him a much better wall to look at. I also would like to see the service door that's right in his face in the left-hand atrium to tuck under the stair into the utilities room. Does the applicant know where I'm talking about, or do I have to go to the floor plan? Let's go to the floor plan. A101. So yes, thank you. So I know that where that stair crosses between the on the right-hand side of the utilities wall, I think you have somewhere in there, in the back wall of the utilities, you could have a small door to get in, because that's just a service door into that area. So I think that area would be better, or have the present door that you're located where it is to be veneered and disguised. Can we go to the landscape 100, L100? So as I mentioned, yeah, can we zoom into the atrium areas, please? So my concern about them staring into the wall of the podium, if you could, with the right-hand side podium, the right-hand side atrium, where the No 20 is, shift up a little bit, upper right. Yes, so here we have a private patio right in front facing their view. I would like to see you stop that private patio where the width reduces and have that little area just simply no man's land with just bare, no railing. The railing would come back to the back of where the planter area is, and just have nothing there. So junk, and the railing is not close to them, and junk doesn't collect on that private patio in front of their view. If we scan just to the left a little bit, and also that same solution, just push those, those railing height planters are going to be right in their face. So if you could push those back and do a similar pushback as you did, as you did for the planter on the right-hand atrium, I appreciate that. And I think that the podium painted block is troublesome. I would like to see that painted. The walls of the podium. I think those are my comments. Thank you.
Okay, who's next? Mr. Whalen?
Sure. To be brief about this, I really support all of Member 6's comments about reservations, about the height, the bulk, especially modulating the tower's bulk. The transformer too, it seems like there's going to be a lot more foot traffic to the commercial space than there is to the entry of the building. But something satisfactory needs to be resolved about that transformer. It totally works against the composition. I would hope that there is some sort of garage door or translucent covering, because nothing is going to kill a pedestrian experience more than looking into the entire length of that garage. All in all, I'd praise the architects for developing a richer volumetric articulation than the previous one. This is especially evident in the roof plan, which has a lot of character and elevation. But overall, the building seems to lack a total character, and it doesn't really read strongly as one style or another. So richer detailing around the windows, the columns being more formal. I would encourage you to just keep developing the character of the building because it does not seem fully formed at this point. And then I have serious reservations about that rear garden with a high wall around it and open to the garage as it is. It just does not seem like any kind of attractive space that would engender people to spend time where. That's all I have. Thank you.
Mr. Olson?
Yes, this is harping, I guess, on the transformer, but it has a severe impact on the architecture of this building. I'm surprised that it's acceptable to you. So I continue to urge you to find other alternatives. I'd like also to say that I do appreciate the window details, as you pointed out early. Thank you. They seem quite acceptable to me. I think the work on the trellises, I think there's work still to be done on the trellises, and I'm anxious to see how they look on the next time through. And I'm, like Mr. Six, I'm disappointed that we can't keep the overall height of this building down. It seems like you do have that capability with the current plate heights. So I'd encourage you to continue to try to find ways to do that. And that's all I have.
Great, thank you. Mr. Watkins?
Thank you, Chair Moore. I'll just reiterate, so at least it's understood, but I have an issue with the transformer too. I won't go into the reasons why because the other board members have already addressed that pretty accurately. The overall massing, I think, is really like moving in a good direction, especially from the last time. I think you guys put in a lot of work, and it's pretty evident to me, at least, that you studied that really hard. Can we go to the west elevation, please, Mr. Bolton? I'm sorry, I keep screwing these around, but regardless of what the windows patterning is here, I know you mentioned there was a discrepancy between the rendering and this. I think that's really effective. From the wall up, it looks great. I think you guys did a really nice job in resolving massing in most areas throughout the property. So I think that this is an effective solution. The glazing, at least, revision is I think appropriate for what you guys revised it to be. And then if we can go to the south elevation, please. Thanks. Yeah, I think these pushes and pulls are really effective. The roof lines from the last time, at least to this one, I think you've added some variety to them. Just I think from those shifting and planes, I think the overall appearance of bulk is eliminated greatly from the last round through your alterations in roof lines and through your adjustments in massing and reshifting of your program. The detachment of the front building, I think, is still really effective, despite what was revised on that. I think that looks great. And it works really well. I think to tie that into the neighborhood, There's an issue of street presence, though, I think, and a lot of it might be with detailing potentially. The material, for one, that Chair Moore pointed out, I think that is impossible, to be honest, to find how that's compatible to a neighborhood that has such a distinct character style and overall vernacular that, craftsmen, wood siding, things like that. I can't support that. I don't see how that ties in really well with anything that's there, especially with there being a couple historical sites next to, one of them's next to and one of them's nearby this site. So I think the materials have to be restudied to better demonstrate how they do tie in and reflect the overall character or a dominant aspect of character of architectural styles in the neighborhood. So I don't see that just yet. I think even, these little awning projections over the windows, there's one or two examples, I think, up the street that have them. They're one story though, and they're commercial, so it's a little bit different application. They're not as noticeable as this. Those awning projections and even that flat bar balconies themselves that are popping up on the third floor. If we can zoom in on those real quick, please. Thanks. For what it is, they're nice detailing, but they don't reflect the overall architectural style of the residences that we find nearby and even on this block. So I think that's an example of detailing that needs to be restudied for me. With so many, if it was on the front commercial space, I think that would be a little bit more appropriate because it only happened in one instance. It's compatible with some styles that are evidence up the street. But when there's up on the third levels like this, it becomes to me, it becomes a dominant feature or an overall design feature of this space. And that becomes less of a accent and more of a pattern that's happening. So that's hard for me, at least. For the elements, though, I think if you guys look at other materials, other detailing patterns, I think you can get that to work for what you need it to be. But this reads as too contemporary for me. The trellises, too, I think there's a little bit of an issue of representation, but I understood them to be solid. I think on the fourth floor, if you are going to add those trellis elements over the patios, they should go towards being screened. That'll help reduce the apparent massing. Adding solid trellis elements back into that fourth floor is just going to push it back in the other direction of building an appearance of heaviness up there when you're trying to go away from that. The other features you guys did to massage that program up there, I think worked really well, and that trellising I think is going to push it back in the other direction, especially with the decision not to drop down the 2 feet into the garage, and to also go up higher. And it is within the guidelines to go higher, but I don't always think it means that it's a right to go higher. So right now, I think there's some other comments that other board members made about that I agree with, especially along the towers. If we can flip to the other side real quick on the north, and I'll just talk about where a couple of my concerns are with massing. It is those circulation and utility towers. Basically, you have a lot of program. I know the site itself, the width isn't an issue, but there is a lot of depth, and I don't think you need all this program. And so if there are points where there's fighting of providing space, I think that's a reflection of jamming too much into the program, not necessarily being too overburdened with guidelines. So going up with a tower basically of 3 stories for utility and storage, I guess, and for bike storage, I have an issue with that part of the program, and the massing especially. I don't think it's necessary to go up 3 stories with a little projection of a tower. If we can zoom into that, please. Right in the middle where that little 3-story bike tower is, to the right there. Yeah, that element, I just think if you start cutting into that a little bit more, you get open spaces, or you can still have the massing maybe for the residents to have extra patio space or outdoor space. I think that's a far more appreciated amenity, and that will lighten up the massing on that corner too. I know you start to come up against the adjacent building a little bit on the north, but you don't on the south or east of those little elements themselves. So I would ask you guys to maybe explore opening that up a little bit more. Maybe not all that program that you guys have proposed is eliminated, but maybe there's cuts or some kind of program reshifting again that helps open up that a little bit more so there is more access to light back into those residences on the north side. Otherwise, it starts to get a little bit heavy right there. The windows, the detailing, I'll just put right now, I appreciate you guys even did the detailing for all that. It looks great to me. I appreciate the effort you guys made to even address it and define what it'll be. So I'm okay with how you guys are proposing it right now. Just for FYI, I don't know if you guys call that materials of the door and window units, but I would be opposed to vinyl. Just for the scale of the project, I think there needs to be at least clad and a nicer material than just vinyl units, if that is the direction. So I'd ask that any motion we craft at least identifies what we as a board are comfortable with the material. I'd also like to see it, and I don't know if it's provided in this one, but maybe I can go back in the plans after the meeting or the next time if the detail's not here just yet, is I would be really curious to see how you're transitioning from the podium up to that first floor level, whether it's the top of the podium as it rolls over to the floor deck of the first floor, or if there's a guardrail detail or something like that. We've seen that in other ADU projects. You guys have worked on them too, where that transition material from the podium, especially if you're on zero lot lines where there's no finishes happening, what are you doing at that top cap then of that podium wall or that, stem wall? So there's at least some kind of material and detailing that's consistent around the base of that, or the top of the podium, the base of your residential units, that reads well across all 4 elevations. So I'd like to see something like that too, just to see how that ties in. That's really it. Everyone else addressed pretty well the other comments I had, but overall, I think for me, the biggest thing is the massing is well set up. The glazing patterns are well set up. I think the program is mostly working pretty well. So I want to make sure that my support, at least there, is given. But I think the overall character of the detailing is hard to support right now, especially for that neighborhood. And considering that there are historical structures so close to the property, I don't see how this would look great in other neighborhoods, I think. But right here in this area, I think there's more detailing that needs to be introduced into the project at that point. Otherwise, it's moving nicely though. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I think, is that everybody except me? I believe so. Well, my own comments are, I would strongly encourage the applicant to take advantage of the amendments to the AUD program, just like you're taking advantage of the height amendment to the height. Please take a look at the parking requirements. If you eliminated some parking, that would give you a lot more flexibility to incorporate the transformer into the design. Right now, it's sitting out front like an afterthought, and this is a brand new building. We've got to incorporate that into the overall design from day one. You know it's going to be there, so we got to get it in there somehow. And looking at the parking again would let you modulate the perimeter wall, at least on one side, a little bit more to give some relief along the property line. Just a little bit of difference could go a long way in helping this project be more sensitive to the neighbors. And then thirdly, looking at the parking again would help you relocate some of that bike parking that's way up on the upper floors. Maybe it's better if it gets located down in the garage where it's a little bit easier to handle day to day. The detailing, I do like the street facade. I think the massing of that is great. I think that's done well. Whether the railings are a little bit too modern or more what you would call a transitional style in between this more traditional houses that you see down the street and a more modern interpretation like this. you know, it kind of goes both ways. This is, you know, we're on De La Vina, so it's not State Street, it's not Brinkerhoff, so it's sort of this, it's kind of in between. So I would, again, I would encourage you to please take a look at the parking, and that I think will unlock a lot of issues for this project. Okay, let's move on, and let's get a motion together. Who'd like to take a stab at it? Vice Chair Six, please.
Pardon the interruption, Chair Moore. I'm just reminding the board about the story pole discussion or possible other visual aids that they would be asking the applicant for, because this project is 4 stories and it's required unless the board needs that requirement.
Okay, let's do a straw vote. How many board members feel that they could waive the story pole requirements based on the 3D images that this applicant has provided? And I guess that has to be a roll call vote.
Yes, thank you. This is Mary. I'll go ahead and take the vote. We have Chair Moore,
Yes.
Vice Chair Six.
What does yes mean? That
means we will waive the story pole requirement.
okay, I say yes.
All right, Board Member Black. Board Member Black.
Sorry, yes.
Thank you. Board Member Olson.
No.
Board Member Watkins.
No.
And Board Member Whalen.
Yes.
All right, so the straw vote passes. Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Six, you may continue.
Oh, before I do, I don't know if I want to, and Chairman Moore, I respect your idea, and I think it makes a lot of sense to look at reducing the parking numbers, but this area is so radically parking impacted on the street. And here is, you know, and I think it's a radical concern throughout these new projects, the reduction of parking to where it's forced out onto the street. And I think I would respect the fact that they are providing a reasonable amount of parking per a reasonable use. And I don't see, you know, the advantages of pushing and pulling and reducing the podium box as a real benefit to, you know, offsetting the loss of parking. Are you willing to, well,
let's see the motion.
Just do the motion.
Let's do the motion.
Okay. So,
well, before you launch into it, I mean, I would counter that, you know, this is a decision that was made by the City Council, Planning Commission, Planning Department to reduce parking requirements. You know, parking is an option due to the proximity to other options for parking cars and to encourage development to take advantage of public transportation, bike networks and all that. So
I think that if it brings on a solution, it's up to the applicant, but if it brings on a solution to the unscreened electrical transformer, then, you know, I could see them reducing parking by 1. So I will say that in my motion. The other thing is, I have to ask the applicant whether, in due respect to Mr. Watkins' idea of reducing the third floor bicycle parking. I'd ask the applicant whether they've covered and minimized, they're providing the minimum amount of biking that they required. Is that correct?
They seem to have accounted for all of the bike parking they need.
Okay, so I will make the following motion that the mass, bulk, and scale, given the parameters of the new politics, are acceptable, and due to the fact that, as stated before, the front building is 3 stories and is comparing itself favorably to the neighboring project to the north, and the 2 stories extra high Victorians adjacent in the neighborhood. Number 2, that an unscreened transformer cannot be supported, period. That number.
Sorry to interrupt, Mr. Six. Is this a continuance or this, what is your?
Oh, yeah, it's a continuous part again, sorry. Thank you. That the applicant should continue to push the architecture back from the atriums of the northern property, the northern property structure, to restudy the material and the arrangement of the planter boxes at the perimeters of the podium to be more part of the architecture and more conducive to more sympathetic to a softer architecture. Restudy the trellises on the 2nd floor east, the 4th floor south, and the 3rd floor above the bike storage to avoid a simple extension of the perimeters of the walls below. As far as detailing, I'm just going to say provide more finesse and development of the architectural detailing. I think whether it's detailing and steering away from a modern expression. Reduce the massing atop the elevator and stair tower. And I think to study more finished, a more finished material for the finishes of the 1st floor surfaces of the podium. That would be my motion. And I think we have to include
Well, not if you're doing continuance.
Oh, okay. I'm glad. So that's my motion.
Okay. Do we have a seconder?
Yes, I second.
Mr. Olson, second. Any discussion?
Yes.
Okay.
I support Mr. Six's comments about parking. I realize that the city council has urged us to do this, but the neighbors overwhelmingly have urged us to help provide parking or to provide parking for them. And this is a way for doing it. The architect and presumably the owner seem to be willing to do this. And so I think we should not remove some of the parking. Another reason is I'm not sure we'd get anything for it. maybe perhaps save costs for the owner and developer. But I strongly think that we should leave the parking as is.
Mr. Olson, you will recognize that my motion did not include any study of reduction of the parking.
I realize that. I just wanted to support the idea.
Great, thank you.
Okay, Mr. Whalen, is that a hand up? Yes, there it is.
Yes, I was only going to recommend that you have Mary read the motion back to us before a vote.
Very good.
Yes, please.
All right, this is Mary. I'll go ahead and read the motion back. So the motion is to continue indefinitely with the following comments. Number one, the mass, bulk, and scale given the parameters of the project are acceptable due to the fact the front building is 3 stories and similar to the structures to the north. Number two, the unscreened transformer cannot be supported. Number 3, the applicant shall push the architecture back from the atriums of the northern property structure. Number 4, restudy the material and arrangement of the planter boxes at the perimeters of the podium to be more sympathetic to a softer architecture. Number 5, restudy trellises on the 2nd floor east, 4th floor south, and 3rd floor above the bike storage to avoid the simple extension of perimeters of the walls below. 6, provide more finesse and development of architectural detailing and steer away from a modern expression. Number 7, reduce the massing atop the elevator and stair tower. And lastly, number 8, study more finished materials for the finishes on the 1st floor surfaces of the podium.
Thank you, Mary.
Okay. Is that accurate?
I think so.
Okay.
Chair Moore, Vice Chair Six, can I ask the question?
Please. Yes.
Thank you. I would just want to see if we can maybe provide some more definitive wording for the softer architecture comment, just for the applicants and for us, just to maybe get more succinctness there. The maker of the motion be willing to.
I think, I think you, Member Watkins, I think you hit it on the nail where you, or I think Chairman Moore did. It's kind of balancing right now between a modern expression. It's going toward a modern expression, and the horizontal railings, the lack of what Mr. Whalen's comments were a lack of finessing the details. So, I don't think it certainly doesn't need to go to a full Victorian or any traditional architecture, but it needs to have a less modern look to it. Am I explaining myself?
I think, yeah, something along that line maybe for the motion would be a little bit more clear for the applicants and for us too to know, because I'm curious about which way to vote on that.
Well, I think well, adding, so to help me here, if you have a way to express this better, I said more development and finesse of the architectural detailing to steer away from a modern expression. Is that not adequate? I think certainly our discussion here has filled in the applicant in regards to this.
No, I agree. I just think the devil's in the details, right? And so I think I've remembered from past experience sometimes is a word like softer, or rhythm, if we remember, words like that we can understand in the context in the moment. But I think if we're looking back at this later, it might be one of those things that's hard to defend one way or another, or to nail down of making sure the applicants understand, like you were saying a minute ago, or remember Wayland, about what it is specifically about the detailing or the style that we would like them to entertain one way or another. if other board members feel that's okay, I think the word softer architecture makes me a little bit nervous as a direction to give them.
Agreed. I think the more exacting we can be with our language, the better. The more descriptive, better. It helps everybody.
Okay. Will anybody help me with some more?
Well, I think you mentioned, more traditional materials and detailing. Was that something that
Yeah,
came out
okay.
of that?
More traditional, less modern, less sharp, less, more moldings and ins and outs and paraphernalia.
You might just say increased amounts of traditional detailing. Or Mr. Whalen, you had something to?
Something like a clearer expression of an identifiable architectural character.
Okay.
Like it.
I'm happy to leave it at that.
Good.
Okay. So what we're replacing what sentence with that, or what sentences?
I think, if I may, Chair Moore, we're adding.
We're adding.
to-
Okay.
We're adding to my more finesse and development of the architecture detailing, steering away from modern to a fuller. Mr. Whalen, your comment then?
A clearer expression of an identifiable architectural character.
All right. That's how I'd like to read.
All right.
Okay.
So I have provide more finessing and development of architectural detailing and steer away from a modern expression to a clear expression of identifiable architectural character.
Sounds good.
All right.
Amen, bro.
All right. And that is acceptable to the seconder of the motion? I believe that was
Yes.
Mr. Olson. Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Any other discussion? Nope. Okay, let's take,
Pardon the interruption, Chair Moore. Actually, if
yes.
you don't mind going back to the story poll discussion. And I appreciate the straw poll, but I failed to mention that we also
In the motion.
wanted to make them exemption findings. Just, you don't need all 5 of these, just one of them. I can put that to you.
Okay. Mr. Six, can you
So
add one of these as a finding?
yeah, the board finds that story poles are not needed as the applicant has provided adequate 3-dimensional simulations of the massing.
And hold on. And let's tie that in with A, B, C, D, or E here. So perhaps.
Oh, I didn't
A.
realize. I didn't realize it was in front of me.
Mhm. It seems that we're comparing it with buildings that are adjacent, so we can.
A.
I guess A.
Okay.
Yeah.
Acceptable.
Okay. So Mary, did we get that as well?
Yes.
All right, let's take our vote.
All right. So we have Chair Moore,
Yes.
Vice Chair Six,
Yes.
Board Member Black,
Yes.
Board Member Olson,
Yes.
Board Member Watkins,
Yes.
and Board Member Whalen.
Yes.
All right, the motion carries. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Let us take a 2-minute recess, stretch the legs, and come back. Thank you. moving on to item 3, 425 Santa Barbara Street. This is a concept review. This project consists of constructing a 4-story, 19-unit residential apartment building comprised of 1 2-bedroom unit, 8 1-bedroom units, and 10 studio units on a vacant lot within the priority housing overlay area of the city. The project is designed to comply with the AUD program and California State Density Bonus Program and the Streamlined Housing Project Program. The units range in size from 489 square feet to 995 square feet, with an average unit size of 608 square feet. 2 of the units are proposed to be restricted to very low income tenants under the state's density bonus program. Additionally, 1 of the units is required to be restricted to a moderate income tenants under the city's inclusionary program, with an additional in lieu fee payment to replace a second moderate income unit. For the priority housing general plan designation of the lot, 13.24 through 3 units is the maximum base density. With AUD and state density bonus, the 19 proposed units are allowable. Under state density bonus program, the project proposes the following concessions from city development standards. Number 1 is a reduction in minimum private outdoor living space dimensions for each unit. And 2, to allow the proposed building to exceed the 48-foot height limit for AUD projects. The project proposes no on-site parking and 1 on-street car sharing space on Santa Barbara Street. Each unit will be provided a private, secure, covered storage area that includes bicycle parking. No final appealable decision will be made at this hearing. This project requires compliance with the project compatibility analysis, the urban design guidelines, the infill design guidelines, and the outdoor lighting design guidelines. Okay. Going to have staff up. It sounds like we might want to say a few words before we jump in.
Thank you, Chair Moore. I just wanted to, that project description was probably a lot to digest. I just wanted to break down a couple of things in this project before the applicant's presentation. This is in for concept review. It has not gone through a complete zoning check, but it was checked for density and parking, sort of large things before coming to you. Because they are requesting state bonus density, they are able to get 19 units on this lot, and the concessions they've asked for from the state bonus density project as listed are the building height, the applicant can explain about that, and the private outdoor living area for each unit. The state bonus density does not actually do anything with parking. The reason this project is not providing any parking is actually because of the city's AUD project. You guys touched on that a little bit on the last project. So this one's going sort of the other way. Normally an AUD project of this size would require 1 parking space maximum per unit. And since the ordinance calls for a maximum, there's no minimum. And that's what you see today in this project.
Okay, thank you for that. If the applicants could introduce themselves and then take us through the project, you'll note the timer, 15-minute timer there on the upper right. If you could please keep your presentation under 15 minutes, that will be helpful for us. Go ahead.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Chair and board members. My name's Shelby Messner. I'm the project planner for this project, and I'm here with Noah Greer tonight, the project architect. So I won't spend too long on this because that was a very long-winded project description, but I do just want to reiterate the project that you're reviewing here since it is the first one. So this is a 19-unit apartment complex on Santa Barbara Street. It's located just 1 parcel in from the corner of Haley and Santa Barbara. This project is being proposed under the average unit density incentive program within the priority housing overlay. And we are also using the state density bonus incentives for increased density to allow us to get to that 19 units. And this is all being processed under SB 330 for streamlined processing and review. 2 of these units are being proposed at very low income, which is our state density bonus to allow the increased density. 1 unit is proposed at moderate income, and that's to meet the city's inclusionary housing requirements. And as part of the state density bonus law, we're given 2 mandatory concessions, as mentioned before. Our concessions are private outdoor living space and height. And I would just like to make a quick comment on each of those. For the private outdoor living space, we are providing outdoor living space for all of the units. You'll see that when Noah walks you through the floor plans. However, we're not meeting the local zoning ordinance dimensions for that open space. So that's why we took that concession. And as far as building height, the allowed height in this zone, which is the MC zone, and it's an AUD project, is 48 feet, and we're proposing the highest point at 52 feet 4 inches. As mentioned, there's 0 parking provided for this project, and that is just per the most recent AUD amendments, 0 parking required for that. And lastly, I just would like to state that there are no other modifications or anything being proposed or requested as part of this project. Besides those 2 concessions allowed for the state density bonus program, everything else meets the local standards. Great. Ms. McGuire, would you mind flipping to our site photos, and I'll just walk everybody through those for a moment here. Perfect. So our project site, you know what, actually, can you go to the second photos? I think they were just uploaded the other day. Yes, sorry there. Great. So here's just a view, an aerial view of our site. You'll see 425 Santa Barbara Street labeled right there. This parcel is currently vacant. There used to be a residence on there that was demolished by a previous owner a few years ago. So it's currently vacant. There are some storage containers right there. This is sort of a mixed zone. There's some light industrial, there's also commercial, and we're just located 2 blocks from State Street. Would you mind flipping to the next photo page? Great, and this is just aerial view looking the other way, looking towards State Street to give you another idea of our context. You'll also see there is a community park located very nearby. Can we go to the next photo, please? Thank you. And one more for general context, as you'll see, this really is very close to downtown. It's very walkable. And you'll see the surrounding buildings a little bit more here. And if you wouldn't mind going to the next page, please. Perfect. So in photo A, you'll see the project site. This is standing on Santa Barbara Street looking towards the vacant lot right now. You'll also notice there are 2 very mature trees right there on the street. And B, the next photo, is another view of the site. There's not a lot to see there right now since it's just a vacant lot. Great. Next page, please. And we can skip this one and move on to the next one. Thank you. So photo number 1 is a tire shop, which is located directly next to our project. This is the corner of Santa Barbara and Haley. Photo number 2 is our rear neighbor. It's a mixed commercial building. Next photo sheet, please. Just go through these and you'll see photo number 3. This is the tent merchant building. This is on the opposite corner of Haley and Santa Barbara Street. And the next photo is on Santa Barbara Street. This is the Smart and Final and Office Max shopping center complex. Next sheet, please. And just these last 2 are our other neighbors on Santa Barbara Street. Photo number 5 is just down the corner, light industrial, and photo number 6 is our adjacent neighbor, another mix of industrial and commercial uses. Great, and I'm gonna pass it off to Noah right now to walk you through the plans.
Thank you, Chair Moore and board members. May we go back to the 3rd of the aerial oblique images from that deck that Shelby was just looking at? I believe it's slide 3 in this deck, that one. Thank you very much. So here we're looking west towards State Street with the site labeled. Again, it's between Gutierrez and Haley. It's what I would term a transitional neighborhood. It's within the commercial business district and the priority housing overlay. The city's general plan supports dense residential development here. It supports increased height and density, and it also allows for unbundled parking, something I'm sure we'll be talking more about later. But that essentially allows an applicant to it does not require an applicant to provide on-site parking. Okay, I think I'm quite excited to work on this site because I think it's extraordinary. I think there are a lot of advantages to this location. It's downtown, it's within the CBD, it's walkable to shopping, walkable to parks, it's 2 blocks to State Street, it's a 15-minute walk to Chase Palm Park and the beach. It's even a shorter bike ride to the beach. And I'll argue it's really quite an appropriate site for dense housing. I also think it's really quite an appropriate location for bicycle-friendly project with small units and unbundled parking. That said, there are some significant constraints to the site. It's located on a heavily trafficked street, especially during commute hours. The neighborhood, it does have a mixed character, although I'd say there are not many instances of residential development located very nearby, although there are some in the neighborhood. The immediately adjacent sites are all commercial. To the north, which is to this image on the right, there's Coast Tire Shop, which is sort of a 70s contemporary Spanish single-story white stucco tile roof. And then the surrounding offices to the south and on the west there are 1 or 2-story sort of converted light industrial spaces. And then to the east in the foreground of this image, you see the big box stores of Smart & Final and Office Max. Thank you. May we now go to the plan sheet A2.1 and focus on the site plan. So the site itself is just over 1/5 of an acre, 9,147 square feet. North is plan right, so please bear with me on that. So Santa Barbara here is at Santa Barbara Street's at plan bottom. You see the 2 existing significant specimen trees we're proposing to retain. The site is organized around a large central courtyard, and that was our sort of starting point for the design. That courtyard's intended to provide for a usable community space. It's not yet designed, of course, but you can see that it's well in excess of our required open yard. It's 770 square feet clear to the sky, whereas we only have 225 square feet provided. It's also importantly there to provide the units and the circulation between and into the units some protection from the noise and the traffic of the street, which really can at times be significant. There is, as you'll see on the site plan, no proposed on-site parking. We are proposing to unbundle the parking as allowed by ordinance. There are, however, and I think excitingly, at the top of the plan on the west side, private storage units provided for every single unit, from the smallest to the largest. The very smallest of these is 55 square feet. And these are intended to provide for a very bike-friendly living environment. These can easily fit multiple bicycles per. We are, however, these are AUD projects. They are modest-sized units. So the intention is that not only can you fit a bike or a couple bikes in here, you also have some storage for overflow from your small, urban living apartment. Okay, and then if you can zoom out and show the entirety of the site again, please. Thank you. So talking about setbacks, there is a 0 lot line. There's development permitted up to the lot lines in this zone. However, we're proposing a 5-foot minimum setback at the front sidewalk and then 1 foot minimum around the other sides of the lot, generally significantly more, meaning the building's generally set back substantially more. There are some windowless walls on the first floor. We'll see them in elevation at the private storage units. Those, in all instances, face either a 0 lot line structure or a parking lot that's existing. Okay, briefly about the units. Again, they're very modest sized AUD units. They range from 217 square feet to 1,123 square feet for our 2-bedroom largest unit. All of them do have private outdoor space. However, some of them do not meet the minimum dimensions required under the city standards. So that is one of the requested concessions as allowed under state law. Those patios, and you can see them, the private outdoor spaces here are hatched with a diagonal hatch. Those are also used to provide relief in the massing of the structure, as you'll see when we get to the elevations. Just very quickly, if we can zoom into Unit 3. All of the units are different. However, Unit 3 is an example, let's say a classic example of one of the studio units. You can tell it's very efficient. It's been designed to accommodate a deck that might overlap with the sleeping space, excuse me, not a deck, a desk that may overlap with the sleeping spaces to enable work from home situations should they be needed.
All right, I would suggest we move a little along here. We've got 3 minutes to go on our timer. So I would suggest we get to the elevations so we have time to look at those.
Right, thank you. Okay, just very quickly, if we can zoom out on this first floor plan, and then we'll just zoom into the second floor plan. You'll see the central courtyard. And then as we move up, you'll see how the massing steps in. So please flip to the third floor plan. Okay, and on the third floor plan, something we will be talking about in the elevations is how that central courtyard is used to divide the massing of the structure, as well as the central staircase on the west side of plan top. And then also from the third floor, we have private stairways that lead to the 2 units on the 4th floor. If you'll zoom into the 4th floor plan, please. And then here you can also see how the massing is now stepped substantially in, especially from the front property line where it's 20 feet on plan right, and then 25 to the balcony on the left, or really 39 to the actual building on the left. Thank you. Very quickly on the roof plan. You'll see here just a mix of sloped roofs and flat roofs. The flat roofs with parapets necessary to hide rooftop solar, of which a significant amount is required. Okay. As you flip to the elevations, you'll see the massing is stacked and actually quite simple, but we did work hard to try to carve into the volumes to provide opportunities, or we tried to use varied roof lines and recesses to provide architectural interest. Thank you. I'd like to start with the elevation 1, which is the east street facing elevation, facing Santa Barbara Street. Just to hit on the main points, you'll notice the primary pedestrian entrance at the ground floor middle with, it's visibly open, but does have a wrought iron gate on it. That central courtyard then is what's used to split the massing of the building there. And then on the 2nd and 3rd floors, we have public balconies that are also primary circulation spaces that open to the street. Okay, also importantly, this is a loud, busy location. The intention was to use that central courtyard space to provide usable and somewhat quieter shared outdoor spaces for the residents. Okay, the architectural style is generally Spanish with recognizable Spanish elements. The height is under 49 feet as shown here, with some architectural elements reaching a max of 52 feet 4 inches. That is a requested concession. Okay, we are proposing 10-foot plates to ease integration of HVAC and other equipment, but it's really my primary intention there was to provide to enhance the courtyard experience and provide more generous colonnades, recessed patios, etc. Okay, looking quickly at the north elevation, please. This elevation faces the tire shop. The windowless portions of the walls that we'll see on the elevations are located at those private storage spaces. Okay, looking at the west elevation, please. This faces the parking lot for the adjacent 2-story office complex. Windowless wall on the first floor, again at those private storage spaces, with the central staircase used to break up that wall and the overall massing of the structure. Okay, looking at the south elevation, please, and then I'll conclude. So this elevation faces an adjacent parking lot and a mixed occupancy light industrial building. This private storage, of course, is on the left. And this elevation has our only full height wall plane. Santa Barbara Street is on the right in this elevation. And I think this elevation really shows how we've worked to step the massing back from the street as you go up in height. And then, of course, the next stage of review, we'd be happy to provide 3D imagery to look at that in situ. Okay, thank you. To conclude, if we can conclude looking at the street-facing elevation, please. I'm really genuinely excited to be working on this project because I do think it's an appropriate site for this intensity and scale of development. I'm excited to work on a bike-focused project. And I think within the CBD and the priority housing overlay, this is exactly what it's intended to encourage: dense development with unbundled parking, et cetera. The site has many advantages, but we did also have to respond to the constraints there. The site is transitional. It's envisioned for additional residential development, but there is not much there yet. The only concessions we're requesting are allowed by state law, and there are no waivers or other modifications requested. Thank you very much. We will track your comments, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Great, thank you. So we will now open public comment. If there's anybody in our audience that would like to speak regarding this project, you can follow the instructions on the screen.
Thank you, Chair Moore. I do see at least one person here for public comment. Can I ask the applicants to turn their cameras down during public comment? You can turn them back on for questions. Thank you. At this time, I see Robin Donaldson, who would like to make have some public comment. I'm going to unmute you now, Robin, and you'll see a timer there, and you'll have 2 minutes to speak when you're ready. Robin, I've sent you an unmute request. Do you see that?
Oh, thank you. Sorry, Christina. Here I am. Chair Moore, board members, good evening. My name's Robin Donaldson, for the record. Many of you know that my office and my home is directly behind this project, and I submitted a letter that outlines my opposition to the project. My main opposition has to do with the massing of the project, and I really think it needs to be rethought. There's no parking they're providing, and yet they've managed to give us a building that basically looks like a parking podium building. It's got 2 stories of walls, no windows facing Santa Barbara Street, which just is unacceptable. And I don't buy this issue about a noisy street and so on. I live downtown here. My building's right on the street. There's lots of residences on the street. You can have residential on. If they're not providing parking on site, then they have an opportunity for good massing and neighborhood integration. And why not break it up? So it appears to be 2, maybe 3 buildings with blocks of buildings that go to the ground. If you minimize that big storage block, you'd have even more opportunities for some interesting massing. Open it to the street. We need street life on that street. We need windows looking out, so on. Also, the building's the wrong style. We do not need another pseudo-Mediterranean building in Santa Barbara, particularly not in this area. It should relate to the neighborhood's existing context. There's a brand new remodeled building that wraps around it. It should have some relationship to that building. As the applicant moves through, we'd like to see, or I'd like to see, 3-dimensional modeling of a completely revised design. The 3D modeling should include the neighborhood block area. And if he wants an example of a good way of doing that, Brian Cornell did a project over here on Gutierrez, right around the corner, where they provided 3D views of the entire block, and we could see how it really worked within the community. And I'll wrap it up just by saying The city has opened the podium building, and we just don't need that downtown. Let's see something interesting, and I'm sure the applicant can do it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Do we have any other folks out there who would like to speak?
Thank you, Chair Moore. I do see somebody else's hand raised on this item, but it looks like they have unraised their hand. I just want to make sure that anybody who would like to speak on this item, I see, okay, Michael Bishop, I am going to send you an unmute request. Michael, if you should, you've accepted the request, you should be able to speak now.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
You can hear me?
Yes, you have 2 minutes to speak. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, this is the Gutierrez Street project. I had left because I thought you guys were done for the night. I own the property just below that. It's Richard Zackard Automotive, and on both corners of Gutierrez and Santa Barbara Street, and there's absolutely no parking down there. I had to acquire a lot just for my employees to park off the street. And they're gonna find with no parking in this plan, it's just not gonna work at all. And the top floor, as I look at this project, it looks like a big party floor. And so I don't know who the tenants are gonna be. They say there's gonna be 19 slots, so there's probably 40 tenants. And where are they gonna park their cars? They just aren't gonna be able to do it. One of their plans they're talking about is having an allocated street parking on Gutierrez, but that's jam solid. There's people even sleeping in their cars on Gutierrez Street. There was a project that was announced from John Price right across the street on Haley Street. They're taking the motor court down, and they wanted to have no parking there also. The reason that they want no parking is the water table is so close to the surface there. If they start digging down to put subterranean parking in, it floods over. So there's all these lots that you're going to see get put together into packages that just are not going to work, and they're going to create a huge parking problem downtown. And looking at the project, it looks like a big party project for student housing. Is what it really looks like. And in my experience in the car repair industry, foreign students drive $100,000 cars, and they're not going to park them on the street. So it's a huge problem I see forming. And I've been down there 35 years, so I know what I'm talking about. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Do we have anyone else from the public that would like to speak?
Thank you, Chair Moore. I don't see anybody else at this time. Why don't we see if we've received any written correspondence to give people a chance to raise their hand if they need to.
Yes, thank you, Christina and Chair Moore. We did receive written correspondence from Robin Donaldson that spoke earlier, and it was distributed to the board before this meeting. Thank you.
At this time, Chair Moore, I don't see that anybody else has raised their hand to speak on this project.
Okay, thank you very much. And let's go ahead and close public comments and go to questions from the board. Board members want to come on screen and let me know if you have a question for the applicant. Go ahead, Mr. Whalen.
Yes, thank you, Chair Moore. I don't see an elevator in the plan. Is this building exempt?
So before you answer that, so remember we're concerned with the exterior, the code and programmatic elements of floor plans, sort of that level of detail is outside our purview. Let's focus on mass.
An elevator override.
Right. All right, was that the question?
Yes, that is the question.
So there's no elevator.
That's correct. There's no elevator required or proposed.
Anything else?
Nothing. Thank you.
Okay. Who else has questions? Go ahead and raise your hand. No. No other questions? Mr.
Yes.
Black, Mr. Olson, Mr. Six?
Yes, hello.
Yes, Mr. Six.
I need to understand a few things, maybe from staff. When we say that this is a streamlined project, what does that mean to our review and to the board? We have a limited amount of time, but we can still make our eloquent and thorough comments in that limited time?
Thank you, Vice Chair Six. The applicant has applied for SB 330. It stands for Senate Bill 330. What that legislation does is it limits the project to 5 public hearings. However, those 5 public hearings don't start until the application is deemed complete. This application is still in concept, so that portion of SB 330 does not apply at this stage. However, if the applicant chooses to apply next week for completeness review or tomorrow, at that point, then we would start having to keep track of the 5 meeting limit.
Okay, thank you. My second question is there's this term batted about concessions. Does that mean that, you know, if we say, no, indeed, you can't go beyond the 48 feet height limit no matter what, is that a concession that means that our absolute opinion that it can't be greater than that concession, does that negate our definite objection?
Thank you, Vice Chair Six. The concessions that have been applied for from the applicant are actually through the state. So it's a little bit hard to sort of understand because the ABR is a design board. So if you're making comments that are related to the design, which could relate to the mass and the height, that's allowed. But again, it's really hard to explain. So you can't like outright deny it because of the height. There has to be like a reason that can be defined for that.
Okay, so it's not a go to get out of jail free card, but it's something we have to support by a logical design rationale.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. So are we on questions now?
Yes.
Pardon the interruption again, Chair Moore and ABR members. I actually did want to also bring up this project also is a project that story poles are required at the ABR. In order for this project, for them not to be required, you would have to make the findings for that or lead the applicant to other visual aids that you would find accessible so that you would be able to make compatibility analysis down the line.
Okay, thank you. So if I understand, you know, obviously there's some new territory and concerns from the neighbors, and I'm sure all of our members here about parking and the impact to the street and so forth. Our board is the last hurrah on this review. It doesn't go to Planning Commission, and it will only go to council on appeal, correct?
Correct. The ABR is the first and last hurrah of this project.
Can we can we say that we have extra, because of this specific, even though it's holding and obeying the new rules, can we, because of the specifics of this project, boot it up to refer it to the planning commission for a specific review, given the circumstances?
Thank you, Vice Chair Six. I'm not 100% certain on that. I'm wondering if my supervisor Irma will be able to chime into that. Thank you, Irma.
Chair Moore and board members, yes, you do have the discretion of referring a project for comments to the Planning Commission. That is within your authority.
Okay, thank you very much. I think
Any other
those are my
questions?
questions.
Okay. Mr. Watkins, any questions?
Yes, thank you, Chair Moore. The first would be to the planner. Could you restate what the concessions are that the applicants are requesting today?
Yeah, of course. So we've got two concessions for this project. The first one is for private outdoor living space. And that's not to say that we're not providing any at all. In fact, we are providing private outdoor living space for each of the units. And there is also the common open yard in that courtyard that Noah showed you. We're requesting that concession because the unit private outdoor living spaces that we have do not meet the dimension requirements for the zoning ordinance. And then the second one is for height. This project is in the MC zone and the central business district, and we're allowed as an AUD project to have a maximum of 48 feet per zone. We do have elements that reach 52'4", and so open yard and height.
Thank you. And then a question for city planner. The concessions, as Vice Chair Six was starting to ask about in regard to the height, we have to provide finding or for or against both concessions, correct? Those are under our discretion, even though they're being requested by the state.
Excuse me, sorry. Thank you, Board Member Watkins. I'm not sure I understand your question. Can you repeat the last part?
Well, they're asking for two concessions, right? The height and the private outdoor living spaces, but the concessions, my understanding, are being requested by the state, right?
Correct.
So if they're permissible by the state, then something that you were starting to allude to a little bit, it's under our purview, but it's at the same time, if it's allowable by the state, then do we even have purview to approve or deny? Private, like let's say for instance, a private outdoor living space, I'm curious about that. Thoughts, Irma?
Chair Moore and board members, yes, this is a little different for us as well. We don't see these projects very often. The applicant or this project is applying the state bonus density program, and under that program, they are allowed certain concessions, and they've elected to apply the concession for the private open space and can't remember the other one. Oh, the height. And so you will be reviewing this for those concessions. Obviously, if you don't have, if you can't make the findings for them, we're gonna need to get you a little bit more information as to what would constitute a denial for it. It may only be the public health and safety aspect or finding, but at this point, we're still looking at it for zoning and other standards. So at this point, we just want you to give us, or to give the applicant comments with respect to how, how the project would meet the compatibility guidelines. Excuse me, finding.
Okay, thank you. So I'll be honest, then I feel like it puts us in a hard position here because I don't want to give comments to the applicants because those are in my mind, two very big points of the design. So I feel like we're doing a disservice to ourselves because it doesn't seem like it's quite clear what our total purview is, but also to the applicants because our comments could be related to those specific points. And I feel badly that if it's a direction that they work towards to resolve, and then later on it's deemed that they don't have to abide by those, then I don't know. I feel like we're both spinning wheels a little bit, but I'll give my questions, I guess, nonetheless, and it'll get resolved later, hopefully.
Well, before you jump into your next question, Mr. Watkins, I can tell you that the state density bonus program, these are concessions that the city has to grant unless there is some sort of life and safety issue or health issue that would impact the city. So the height is one of them, and then dimensions of outdoor open spaces, there are other concessions.
So it's a life and safety, Mr. Chair, or so it's a life and safety issue that we have to rationalize.
I believe that is the language that the city would have to use in order to not grant the concession.
Bingo, thank you.
Thanks, Chair Moore. That helps.
I do wish we had somebody from the city attorney's office to help us unravel this.
Yeah.
Chair Moore, just to interrupt and to confirm, that is my understanding as well. Yes, we may need to have the city attorney help us out next time we see this project.
Mm-hmm. Sorry, Mr. Watkins, continue. With your
that was super helpful. Thank you, Chair Moore. So yeah, one of the questions I have too, so the design approach is very unique. It does seem to appear, to utilize some of the benefits of the programs. I think some of the detractions though is one noticeably right now on this elevation is street presence. So I get the central courtyard aspect and that you are providing something very, I think, generous for the applicants. I'm sorry, for the residents. But what were your thoughts on when you were coming up with this program about what happens at that filter between the actual project itself and the neighborhood? And to have that line right there, yeah.
Right, and I'd say it is, it's fair to characterize that as a semi-private courtyard. And I think that's a good discussion to have, whether that's appropriate. That was the intention from the beginning. And the logic behind that really was the fact that, quite frankly, this neighborhood does not have much residential development. It does not have many people on the street often at night. And quite frankly, walking around there at night, I would say it's not a neighborhood that feels especially safe or maybe I should say especially comfortable, maybe for families to be walking around at the hours when you might expect residents to. So with all of that in mind, that's why to a degree, the project is inward facing in its design.
Okay. And then can we pan out and maybe look at the other three elevations, please, Mr. Bolton? And then this will be to the applicant then. So then as we move around, you guys identified how there is some frontages, some zero outline frontages that you obviously can't do any openings off of. But on the other sides, and were there any program discussions about how to open up that base level on the other elevations too? Maybe not at the street frontage because of the security concerns you identified, but there's a couple other property lines too where there might be opportunities for that. Was that ever considered? Or were there reasons why that was thought not to be the advantage?
And I think I'd respond by saying those are probably, if I'm understanding you, the east and west elevations. Or no, I'm sorry, the south and west elevations that face the parking lots for the adjacent developments. And part of the thinking really was, quite frankly, that we're generally 5 feet, let's say, on the ground floor from the property lines. On the south side, let's say. On the north side, we do have the tire shop that does have some vacant space there, where we're also 5 feet from the property line. We do have, some fairly deep, I think they're at their most shallow, we have recessed patios that are at their most shallow 12 feet and at their deepest 14 feet or so to provide some livable space there on the first floor. But just given the fact that they face either a storage area to the north at the tire shop or a parking lot on the south, we didn't provide, say, pedestrian access or substantial openings, let's say. The intention was that those areas are sort of semi-private and would have a 6-foot fence or stuccoed wall to enclose them.
Thanks. And then, Mr. Bowen, can we go to the ground level plan view, please? Awesome, thanks. And then please, zoom in on that one. So, looking at the ground level here, I think there's an image that's pretty telling us. It looks, that top, third more or less of the ground level program is storage. Is there, I guess, why is so much storage on the ground level being dedicated to, or why is so much program being dedicated to storage on ground level when that's prime real estate for other uses?
Thank you, Board Member Watkins. We really were thinking about living in an urban environment within extremely tight spaces and trying to keep the common spaces from becoming utterly cluttered with overflow belongings. And the core of the idea really was, let's make this a really, really bike-friendly development with private lockable spaces for electric bikes or other alternate mobility devices, as well as the overflow of stuff that people might have. So that quite honestly was one of the original ideas driving the design.
Okay. Those are my questions. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Olson, go ahead.
Yes, as far as the height concession, isn't the only violation that small protrusion on one part of the roof that's maybe 5 feet by 5 feet? Don't you comply except for that?
Board Member Olson, there are the parapets for the solar areas in order to actually shield the solar. They do violate that. And if we could flip to the roof plan, please, we can look at that. No, they're modestly in excess of the 48 feet. I think those are 48.9, maybe 49 max as they're sketched now. The parapets around the rooftop solar areas. The portions that extend to 52 feet plus are those smaller architectural projections, that the hipped roof at the top of the plan and the smaller gabled sort of ornament at the northeast side.
So it seems to me that if we knew that those would be the only, those would be where we were offering the concessions for, that would be an easy concession. That's not a question. I don't have other questions. I think you're muted.
Chair Moore, I can't hear you.
Mr. Black, have we heard from you?
I have no questions right now.
Okay. Okay. My own question. So if we could zoom in on the elevations and the floor to floor heights, and just walk through those, that'd be helpful. So yeah, the street elevation, perfect. That's So 10-foot one, is that floor to ceiling, or is that, what is that dimension?
Chair Moore, that's top of structural floor to bottom of floor above. So yeah, it's floor to ceiling.
Floor to ceiling, 10-foot one. Okay, and that's consistent throughout. And the reason for that is just higher volume ceilings, or what's the?
I'd say it's threefold. Having increased volume in the ceilings, also to ease HVAC integration throughout the project. And lastly, I'd say, and almost primarily in terms of how I was thinking about it, is providing more ample outdoor patio spaces, but especially the sort of colonnade that we have within the courtyard to provide substantial enough, say, lofted ceiling space when you're circulating through the colonnade.
Okay. So all of that, we essentially have 1, 2, 3, 4 floors of extra volume, which are pushing the height up. And as was discussed before, you're just, with the general parapet, you're just above the 48-foot limit. And you just have this little chimney feature or little detail that's protruding above that. And that's the reason that you're applying height as one concession?
Chair Moore, the parapets that hide the solar area are 48.9, so slightly in excess of the allowed 48. And the architectural features are the smaller element. My larger concern, quite frankly, would just be ensuring we have substantial parapet height. And I mean, yes, on the upper floors, the intention was to provide the higher volume ceilings there.
Okay. Thank you for that. All right, so if there are no more questions, we can move to comments. We could have the applicants turn their cameras off. We have all our board members up. Who would like to go first? Mr. Olson, I think was first.
Yes. It's a little puzzling to me why the applicant would need a concession for the height, because it seems so easy to comply with the 48 feet. A few inches on each floor would do that. And so again, I want to repeat that if we knew that the only use of the concession for height was that element that we can now see, it just seems a very easy concession. As far as the other concession for the private outdoor space, I don't have a problem with that one. And as to the architecture of the building, although I am an admirer of Mr. Donaldson's building, which is quite close here, and I find this to be a very attractive building. I'm quite impressed with it and hope that it can continue. Thank you.
Who is next? Mr. Watkins, you're next.
Thanks, Chairman. So I worked on Upper Santa Barbara Street. I was lucky enough to work there in the 500 block, pretty close to this site for a long time. So I got a good feel for the neighborhood. It's definitely a neighborhood in transition, definitely a neighborhood that needs development and needs continuation of a sense of neighborhood. The 500 block, though, does have families that actually live there. It's surprising, but on that left-hand side, closer to the state, there's that whole side of that street is residences. So there is a community there. It's small, but it is there. And I think any kind of development moving forward, especially this one, since it's kind of the first of its kind on this block, it does need to set precedents of how it engages with the streetscape and the community around it. I think one of the members of the public pointed out pretty well, and I think it's there. There's a little bit of noise maybe in the morning, but not, I don't think enough to really turn your back away from the street in such a big fashion. So I think there needs to be more engagement at the base level for a human scale, for pedestrians walking by, and also just for a sense of engagement with the communities you drive by, because it does have a quality of fortress right now. It's interesting because there's no parking, which is usually what contributes to that fortress-like podium box appearance, but this design does still have a podium approach, even though there's no parking, which I think is really hard for me to get behind. That's one of the biggest, I think, things to resolve in a project. So it'd be a dream if you remove that, then you really do have the opportunity, like you guys have provided, to provide a really nice open space in the middle for community engagement. I think that is nice, and I think it's kind of the heart of what your design is right now. But I don't see how that engages with the somebody walking by. You know, you don't get that sense of openness and that sense of engagement with the community. And there are other examples of good uses of buildings that have a sense of security, which is, I think, appropriate, but also still open and visible and have a sense of engagement with the public. And there's some on the 500 blocks of Chapala and 400 blocks, and there's some on the 500 and 600 blocks of Santa Barbara Street. And you know, I would invite you guys to maybe study those a little bit more to see how those filters at the ground level where the podium once would be in your project with pedestrians now, because you are going to set the bar for future AUD projects going through in this neighborhood, should they continue. And they're going to look to this kind of project. So you guys may not have the neighborhood you want that's vibrant right now, but you're building a bunch of units that will create that community all of a sudden. So how does that start to filter out with the people around you? If we can pan to the other elevations, please. So, you know, the Santa Barbara Street elevation has that, you know, 2 towers with this nice big open space in between. You get a nice punch to the massing, which I think is effective. But that sense of respective masses, I think, doesn't get reflected on the other elevations. It gets very tall and narrow and heavy again, but there's no podium. So I think that's hard for me going back to that, is you get that sense of fortress and you don't get that sense of separation and massing that you do on the frontage, on the upper levels at least, that I think is effective on the front, wrapping around there. And so I think that's an issue that I have right now that needs to get fleshed out for me. In the height, you know, I think, I don't know why I would support a 52-foot height request when even dropping down a few inches here and there or revising the tops of your massing at the 4th level would get you underneath there with still very generous units, ceiling heights. So I'm fuzzy. I don't know if I'd support that one based on what I think are really easy design solutions you guys can integrate to get under there right now and still have very tall ceilings for these type of units. You also point out something about wanting to raise the plate heights up because of getting more patio space. But they get on this project, you don't have a podium and you have a pretty healthy site because you're able to get a centrally located open space there. But then the offset is you're losing enough that you have to provide a concession for private outdoor living space. And for me, I think that's really hard to provide personally a compatibility finding that would support that, because our community is temperate. We live outside. You know, we can live outside right now in this time of year when other people are in, you know, hating life. So these outdoor spaces really need to, I think, at least meet the minimum. I think that's easy to do. And ideally be more than that, because these units are small within themselves. So if you're wanting to use small units, getting people outside and having them enjoy their own space, I think is a huge advantage. And I think that really does reflect our community best. So I personally would ask you that to really find how you can chip away at these massing elements to not be so scrunched all of a sudden that you're having to leave out the best part of why we live in Santa Barbara. And that's a really big compatibility finding for me. So I think that moving forward is I'd want to see stuff like that to personally get behind that. The idea of accessory square footage occupying so much of your base level 2, you know, a third of your site more or less going to storage. Again, you have this program and you can't even get the private outdoor living space to work, but then you have way too much storage. That would also be an opportunity by massaging or repurposing that program of storage, or reducing even, in a way that you're getting it back into the unit, or you can provide more I guess street frontage, for lack of or engagement with the Santa Barbara Street by seeing how you could affect that storage square footage some more. So I think that it's actually doing a disservice by having so much right now. It's appreciated, and I actually really like the approach you guys are trying to do by making it more pedestrian friendly, which is important, especially for these projects. But I think the amount of it right now is doing a disservice to the overall design. The overall character of it itself, I think, as a Spanish style design, there are some good character defining elements within itself that I think, are consistent. Personally, though, I also don't think it needs to be the Spanish style. I think that neighborhood has a lot of other vernacular types that you could play off of in a way, not being a one-to-one, but you could consider, if cost was an issue. Spanish style is very expensive to detail. So I'm just letting that out there too. If design comes up as other options, I wouldn't be opposed to that. And I wouldn't say that you would only have to provide this type of design for this area. It's actually, I think there's a lot of other examples you can incorporate as well if you considered it. And I'll just stop with that. I think those are my comments for right now.
Okay, Mr. Six.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. We talk about this. Well, first of all, as far as documentation, this is a radical issue. The size of this project presents a radical issue with neighborhood compatibility. And so document-wise, I think we need to see renderings of the block long with the existing low one-story buildings, and much more documentation. However, the applicant wants to pursue it to help us with the mass, bulk, and scale in compatibility with the neighborhood. And as we say, the neighborhood is in transition, but this will send a precedent, for future projects. So it's very important to determine neighborhood compatibility, and I think we have to do it in small steps. We have one stories. Well, let me back up. I think this is a totally wrong way to approach this, the site plan wise. I think that the units are small enough that it will be totally acceptable to have the open air and glass on one side of the apartment and collapse this whole idea of the central courtyard, pushing these austere and straight up perimeter elevations, forcing this central court forces it out to the perimeters. I think, this type of unit, the low income and so forth, you could approach your unit in an enclosed corridor, hallway, or something much less grand than, the courtyard proposed. So I think that, a total relook at the way this building is established is merited. I think that if we collapse the courtyard, there's much more opportunity to transition from the one stories to, with adequate one stories or setbacks around the perimeters, to more be in transition and have that transition from this to the neighborhood buildings. In a bigger picture, I don't know whether, I'm struggling with our purview and this radical step to provide no parking. And I just floated out there, you know, why don't we test the waters here and send this on to the planning commission who deals with, you know, here is one of the very first and more radical manifestations of these new ordinances. Why don't we test the water and see what planning commission has to say about parking and transition to the street? And so I float that out there as a question to the rest of the board. I think that's it.
Okay. Has everyone had a chance to comment? Oh, Mr. Whalen?
Yes, thank you, Chair Moore. To pick up on a point of member 6, to really understand the size, bulk, and scale and neighborhood compatibility, some sections through the entire block in both directions would be helpful. And then to really understand the building in terms of height, bulk, and scale, we really need to see some sections through the building to understand this critical part, this fundamental element of this shared communal space and how that relates to the rest of the building. And then moving on from that to more specific comments, I have this deep-seated fear that this shared communal space will be nothing more than a driveway for bicycles moving through it to get to their storage space, since it is purported to be a bicycle-centric, and that I would encourage the designers to look at some other way of getting your bike into and out of the building without compromising that beautiful courtyard space. I think Mr. Donaldson also had a viable comment when it appears that all the windows, for the most part, all look out on the industrial neighbors rather than on the street, and that the building could be enhanced by having more windows or eyes, if you will, on the street. And that those windows, if they remain in the places where they are, certainly on the ground floor, on a 10-foot high room, should be up much higher with the sill height at 6 feet or so, and perhaps some way of organizing the windows in an elevational way so that they just aren't regular punched walls, but they become assemblies of pairs or even triads. I think it's unfortunate that the building turns its back on the neighbors, with the exception of the tire store, with blank walls, and that the design should reflect a more homey or neighborly character towards these businesses that it is going to be forever a part of. I don't really object to the insertion of the housing. As Member Watkins pointed out, there is a neighborhood of residences there, and in fact, this building replaces a former neighborhood, and it could be just the ticket for some adventuresome types to live there. I have no problem with the architectural imagery. It's Santa Barbara. This can be everywhere. No problem with that at all. Those are my comments. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. My own comments are that, unfortunately, I disagree with Mr. Whalen about the aesthetics of this design. This is what you want to see in El Pueblo Viejo. This is, has all those elements that
tick the boxes for that. You know, this is an opportunity to look a little bit more closely at the area and integrate something more contextual and interesting into this area. And then I would, with this project set up the way it is, I would have a hard time making a finding that it meets the infill design guidelines as they're spelled out. And it's pretty clear that, you know, these new buildings need to relate to the street. They need to participate in the community by opening up to the street and having a life and interaction with the sidewalk. I mean, I could read something straight from it. There's streets are the center of city life. High level of social interaction on neighborhood and commercial streets is one of the foundations of a healthy, vibrant community. And this, you know, by shutting off the front and walling yourself off is the antithesis of that. So I will also pile on a little bit about the courtyard. I think it's going to be not necessarily a great place to be. It's surrounded by 3- and 4-story walls. It's going to be most likely dark a lot of the time and not a place where you're going to congregate and hang out. So why not reverse that design and give space back to the private outdoor spaces, shrink this building down so it's less pushing out towards its neighbors, has a little bit more respect to its neighbors, which is going to give the designer a lot more opportunity to have large openings. If you're going to have floor to ceiling heights of 10 foot, you know, you want glazing to match, and you're going to be limited if you're 5 feet from the property line with how much openings you can provide. So those are my comments. Somebody want to try and craft a motion?
Pardon the interruption, Chair Moore. I just wanted to bring your attention back to the visual aids part of this and whether or not the board finds that story poles would be required for this project, or I heard Vice Chair Six speaking about neighborhood context study, those type of things that we can give the applicant some direction.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. I mean, I would be supportive of Vice Chair Six's comments. I think that's a good first step to get a better sense of this design. I'm having a hard time getting a feeling for the 3-dimensionality of it as it's depicted here.
Chair Moore?
Yes.
Along with those findings, would you consider throwing a straw vote out for what the board members feel about a traffic study, considering the fact that they're proposing to eliminate all parking on site?
I'm not sure that's something we can do. Can staff weigh in on that?
Thank you, Chair Moore. No, actually, that's also part of the CEQA. They took traffic out of the environmental analysis. So it's not something that the board has purview over, fortunately.
Folks.
Mr. Chair.
It doesn't matter.
Yes.
Can we, is there any support? Maybe, I think this basic question of the parameters of parking should be reviewed at Planning Commission. Do we have that option, and do any other board members support that?
Well,
we might get in trouble because we're delaying the.
I would say that they're the body that developed the idea and approved the idea of a maximum parking rate. So I don't think we're gonna get a different, answer from them about parking.
So I guess if there's enough pushback from the community, the only time that would be challenged is at at city council on appeal, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Chair Moore?
Well,
I'm sorry.
Is there a motion coming, David?
Potentially, I guess I wanted to ask the planning staff one more question relating to parking, if that was okay with you. So just so I understand with these concessions, then I know it says that there's a maximum parking provided and that they may provide less than the parking. But if they choose to provide less than the parking, just for clarity, we can't figure that determination into our compatibility findings one way or another? Or can we still use that? I mean, for instance, let's say they want 0 and the number's 10. And if members of the board had issues with that, we make the compatibility finding requesting that they provide more than what they're proposing, but still less than the maximum, or is that not even in our purview to request that?
Thank you, Board Member Watkins. It's not on the table. The parking specifically for this project is actually through the city's own municipal code. So they are not asking for any state concessions. It's actually through the city, through the AUD, recently adopted AUD ordinance amendments. So yeah, there's no, they're not asking for like a waiver or an exception or anything like that. What they're doing is within the zoning ordinance.
They're compliant with zoning.
And Chair Moore, if I may just add, parking is not within the purview of this design review body. It's not an aesthetic issue. So the parking requirement for zoning is not within your purview. Certainly you can discuss the way the parking is laid out on a project and the configuration and how it affects maybe the massing of a structure. But in terms of the number of parking required or proposed it's not within the purview of this board.
Okay, thank you guys. That's it.
Okay, Chair Moore, I'm prepared to make a motion.
Great.
So, number one, the board is extremely concerned about the lack of parking and the impact to the already confined parking on the street. Number two, that the board is very concerned with neighborhood compatibility, understanding that this is a neighborhood in transition, yet there needs to be a lot more work on the massing of the building to provide a transition between the surrounding existing neighborhood period. Number two, there needs to be significant documentation and either street block long elevations or other 3D imaging or block long sections for the board to get a handle around the impact of the proposed massing. Number two, it's suggested by some members that the internal courtyard scheme is unnecessarily making the mass of this building extreme, and suggest that other overall site uses and layout should be looked at, such as collapsing the interior courtyard and accessing the units through much smaller or even enclosed corridors. That the project needs to much stronger relate to the city's the streetscape, as far as action and space and windows, and yeah, let's leave it with that. I think that as far as the concessions, I think there are easy ways to alleviate the height concession by adjusting floor heights, floor heights, and I think with the radical restudy of the interior courtyard, that more adequate outdoor living spaces can easily be accommodated. That's my, and I do not think we can exempt this from requirement for story poles, because none of these items can be met at this time. But we'll, can't we determine whether, can we have another, this would be an indefinite continuance back to the full board. Can't we weigh in on story poles after this thing has been revised? I don't think story pole exemption findings are appropriate at this time to make determination of that.
Thank
So
you,
I don't
Vice.
want- Go ahead.
Thank you, Vice Chair Six. Yes, it's possible to delay that at this time. It is a completeness issue item, so it needs to be done at concept review level and before PDA.
All right, so I would not include anything in my motion about the issue of story poles.
Okay. I will second that motion, and under discussion, would like the maker of the motion to add that the project currently does not comply with the urban or infill design guidelines.
So accepted.
Okay. All right, any other discussion? No? Let's take our vote, please.
All right, this is Mary. I'll go ahead and take the vote. We have Chair Moore,
Yes.
Vice Chair Six,
Yes.
Board Member Black,
Yes.
Board Member Olson,
No.
all right, thank you. Board Member Watkins
Yes.
and Board Member Whalen.
Yes.
All right, so the motion carries. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Olson, do you want a moment to say anything?
I think I'll wait till the next time it comes through.
Fair enough. Okay. All right. Yes.
I'm very upset about the last De La Vina project in regards to the story poles. I think that I don't think that we can find exemption from doing story poles on that. Can we open that again and reconsider our motion?
I'd rather not. Can staff weigh in on that?
The applicant would have to be here, no?
Chair Moore and board members, that is correct. It would be good to have the applicant here, especially because it would mean that instead of having a motion that indicated no story poles, now to have one that does, you know, it would be best if they were here to be able to, not that they, you know, chime in, it would be your motion, but at least that they knew what just happened. But they are coming back. It has to, you have to make the decision to require story poles before you can give it PDA. So when it returns, if you're not at the point where you feel it requires, I mean, that you can make those findings to grant PDA because you don't have enough information to determine the compatibility with respect to size, bulk, and scale, you could at that time decide that story poles are appropriate. And also please remember that story poles are not the only visual aid that you can ask for. You can ask for you can ask for the 3D modeling as well, or any other thing.
My issue was that none of those exemption criteria were accurately met. The building is, and we chose A, and the building is larger than a lot of the surroundings. So we have denied the public from seeing these story poles, but I will bring that up next time they come through, and I hope that messages get to the applicants and the public that I used that exemption erroneously. Thank you.
Also, I think there was, if we could put up I think C actually was a finding that indicated that the property, or excuse me, the project would not block public views. That could have been one that could have been used. C, the proposed structure will not involve blockage or substantial reduction of an important public scenic view. You know, that it could meet that as well.
Okay, thank you, Irma. It's out to press, so we'll deal with it later. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Let's move on to our final item, please. We're running well behind. Okay. Item number 4, 702 East Gutierrez Street. Proposal for alteration to an existing wireless communications stealth pole installation on an industrial site. Project consists of removing and replacing the existing 36 diameter stealth pole and 6 panel antennas with a new 54-inch diameter stealth pole and 6 new panels. Project design and final approval is requested. Project requires compliance with the project compatibility analysis and no visual impact findings. Project was last reviewed on September 14th on the consent agenda and referred to the full board. Great. I was wondering why I didn't recognize this project.
Pardon the interruption, Chair Moore and board members. This applicant has postponed this item, so that last item was the last item for today's agenda.
Okay, great. So this item has been postponed, which means we can conclude our meeting for today's Architectural Board of Review. Thank you for hanging in there with us. Sorry it took longer than anticipated. Have a good night.